Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story. a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our lovely crew from the New Moon. Everybody take a look at your camera. Wave and say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Howdy. It is a new day, and it is a day where we are jumping into a fantasy land for fantasy thoughts and fantasy feelings. That is not, that's, it sounds like I said that like it was like a normal sort of like part of like the routine of that. No, that's the first and maybe probably last time I say that. But yeah, welcome to It's a Long Story. For those that don't know what this is, hi, we are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 people living, existing, breathing, trying to catch some Z's and getting interrupted by, silly scouting people, silly peoples, just waking you up in the middle of the night in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world. The wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. So if this is your first, second, or third, or any time watching, welcome. Hope you have fun and join us in this fantasy world that we're in. We are, for the next couple of months, we're going to, for at least this month, actually, we're slimming down any sort of like, there's no real announcements that I imagine coming down the pipeline. So I'm just going to be starting off every session with basically just saying, if you are interested in supporting this channel as you're watching it, you can do so by liking and subscribing where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. Just hit the like and subscribe button or both, or there's another version of it. I never really know what those are called. I hit them, but I don't really read them. So yeah, but if you did that, thanks. I appreciate it. It's a great way to support the channel. You can also check out our Instagram and TikTok down below for our social medias. You can look at that at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. Our lovely Kay, who is in the chat right here, is the one that heads that up, and it's a pretty cool place. We got some cool clips of some of our favorite moments, some pieces from our combats, campaign moments, things like that. It's super fun and great and exciting. So yeah, please check that out. And if you feel so inclined to like those too. And that's it. That's all. That's all you. That's all you can do for us. So, and all of that is free. So thanks for doing that. At least monetarily free. I don't know. It might take that moment of time, I guess. So thank you for that moment of time. But that's it. That's all we got for announcements. So thank you in advance and forever and ever and ever. So before we begin tonight, we do have to get a recap of where we left off with the party. So I believe tonight it is Brandon. So Brandon, please take it away.
Yeah, so the party started by hunkering down for the night, each beginning their watch. Anthea Prisha went first and discussed the people of Messetti and what it really means for the party to be there. Anthea wondered if she should give Eliane the letter from Ewolf or keep it to herself. Titian and Grian went next, and Grian asked to spar with Titian, testing out his new blade to see if it could really dodge a head-on attack and possibly clear his conscience. When Grian brought up Kavish, Titian went cold and decided to continue the watch in peace by himself. Adim and Jet were up next, and while they mostly sat in silence, Jet picked Adim's brain about possibly taking Codex, his magical angry book, as a magical patron should the occasion arise. On the next shift change, the party was attacked by a scouting party sent from The Hand, a mercenary group operating out of the city of Azumare. They were scouting out a high influx of magical energy coming from the area. Before eventually crushing the invaders, but not before running their leader off, the two parties called a truce and came to an understanding that neither would tell anyone about what transpired that night. The party, in exchange for keeping their silence about them passing through, offered a favor to the scouting party to be called upon at any time. They agreed and went back to their home base. The evening ended with the final watch seeing the sunrise on a new day and the party wondering what lay ahead of them once they reached Messetti.
Beautiful. Love it. Very to the point. Thank you so much, Brandon. Anything else we need to add, friends? All right. Very cool. Awesome. I think I'm ready on this side. We're going to have to make sure I'm paying close attention to how much we have streamlined this intro. Good job, everybody. All right. Yeah, I think we are good to go. You guys want to play some D&D?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
God, yes.
God, yes. Hell yeah. Yes. Let's
Get me out of this world.
let's get lost for a few hours, shall we? Here we go. Okay. So, as we move into a morning of actually, let me roll for that. I often don't roll for it. I just kind of assume. Yeah, great, cool. Really high. We open up on a bright, beautiful, sunshiny day in North Imea. We see the sun beaming brightly through the trees. We can see just coming in from the veins from a maple leaf that we kind of push right on through, and we see right through down to a small clearing where we see a bunch of figures that have recently awoken and are ready to start their journey further into Messetti. As you all are picking up your things and getting ready to continue on, I would like you all, and this will be kind of taking forward for the next few hours. We'll say like going on from morning into about noon, to give me to actually just feel free to tell me. I'm gonna say like basically I'll say looking perception checks unless there's something specific you want to be on the lookout for, whether that's with one of your own party or something specific. So we'll go around and we'll kind of just take it from there. I am going to change it up a little bit. I think we're going to start with Brandon and then walk our way around here, unless it makes sense for someone else to take the reins. So, Grian, as we come to you, as you are gathering your things and getting ready to continue the movement forward into the brush, what are you on the lookout for? Anything specific?
Now that I know that there are possibly other people in the area and it's not as empty as we all believed or hoped or what have you, I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see if we have any more surprises from anybody else.
Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check, and we'll just kind of keep that under mark. So say, remember that number just in case I forget.
Okay, it's an 8, but
okay, cool.
Starting strong.
Alrighty, let's have some fun with this. I'll just keep asking questions. I'll never actually be the DM for it. Why do you think it's an 8? What's distracting Breeden?
Yeah, I think it's an 8 because I think every time I get like one step forward with Titian currently, I think it just gets 2 steps back. So I think that he's thinking about that. I think that I'm thinking about that while also looking around. So a little distracted.
Beautiful. Makes sense. Okay, cool. So, as you're gathering your stuff and looking to move forward, I think there's a moment. I think with that 8, you are looking around and starting to kind of take a couple steps forward before you're realizing that you're not entirely sure where you're going as you look off to your current geographical leader, Prisha. What's happening this morning for you?
I think Prisha is kind of raring to go this morning. I think that she is, as soon as like the last watch ended and the sun came up and people started rousing, Prisha jumped up. Like she's disassembling camp. She's grabbing all her things. Her backpack is bundled before anyone else is ready. Like she is ready to go. And so as Grian begins to move forward, I think that she is keeping step with him. Like maybe just like a step behind, waiting for him to turn to her, because I think that she probably realizes that she's the leader of the group today. Yeah, and so I think that she is doing like a quick scan to make sure everyone's ready, and then she's gonna just head toward home.
Got it. Cool. I'm going to say for you, because it makes a little more sense as you are being the one that is kind of moving forward with everybody. I'm going to say give me a survival check. I will give you advantage on this, though.
Cool. 22.
22. Beautiful. So you know there is at least a full day's journey before getting to Messetti itself. Considering the pep in your step in this morning, I think you also noticed that like if you're able to get everybody to kind of move forward without any sort of distractions and moving quickly, should be able to get to Messetti with enough light around to be able to kind of figure out what the game plan is as far as going through or going around. So keeping that in mind as you were kind of starting to now act like a morning person and trying to kind of get everybody moving. We'll say, Prisha, as you pass, as you kind of come up to Jet, do you say anything to him?
Good morning. Let's go.
Okay.
Like full, the energy we're looking at here is full kid, really excited to go to school, backpack fully gripped, just...
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We are, as the camera shifts over to Jet, Jet, how is your morning looking?
So Jet's never been this far north or east, right? Maybe this far east, yes, but
East
not as
you
far
have,
north.
yeah.
Not this far north. I think, we got a Deem watching our back, and Titian's there, and Grian's. Everybody's there, kind of looking around. I think Jet wants to start like taking a look at the like flora and just like making notes of like the different types of like herbs and things that they see on the way. So just like I've never been to this type of climate, so it's like, what is this? It's time to see what all I can find while I'm out here, right? So
I like
just
that.
something a little different. Can I do like a nature check as we go, just to be like, oh, that's that, and he's just taking
You
notes.
absolutely can. Yes.
Awesome. I will do that. That is a 22.
Good rolls, guys. Very nice. Cool. So as you let me try to find it. As you are starting to move forward, you actually notice that I think Prisha, as you move towards Jet, you actually see Jet has already started his day, bent down over a very interesting looking plant that I'm going to pull up here in a minute. Excuse me. You notice that there is I'll say an interesting plant in the idea that it is kind of green, so it's very easy to miss. But you notice that there is a very kind of like, it starts out with an oval shape and a hard sort of like extended teardrop of these heavily sort of veined leaves that all seem to just droop down just from the tips. the leaves as it kind of sprouts out. It looks very much like a weed at first glance. But then you notice that the bulbs of the like starting leaves have these start out as a like kind of like a white bulb. Jet, you are familiar with this as something that you've seen probably in the like in the classroom. This is elven leaf, a substance that has a depending on how it's handled and preserved and used, could have a multitude of different effects. One of which would be something that you did find in our supplier's bag back in back at the family.
Noted. Jet will take it. Like he'll sniff it and kind of keep it. He's gonna put it like in a vial, and he's just gonna like kind of smirk and be like, throw it in his pocket and just keep going, just like
Beautiful.
making a note.
I like it. Great. So as Jet is collecting that pressure, you kind of you notice that Jet is preoccupied, but he's a little bit ahead of the group anyway, so whatever he's doing will probably be ready in time. As you look over to Alyssa and Ianthe, Alyssa is dead asleep. You are not entirely sure if Ianthe has tried to wake her up at any point, but we move over to Ianthe. Ianthe, how'd you sleep?
Oh, I imagine I haven't been sleeping great the past few days. So probably not awesome. Pretty restlessly, waking up quite a lot. Having trouble like shutting my brain off.
Mm.
This is true in real life too, but
I imagine the kind of extended sort of we'll call it like luxurious but big hair is especially a little bit more maybe frizzier today.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, the bed head is a lot more. It's a lot more rumpled, and like I think she's at a point where she's just like combing her fingers through it and is like, it's fine.
Beautiful. Risha, you could decide whether or not how you approach Ianthe this morning.
Good morning, Ianthe.
Good morning.
You look beautiful today. I trust you slept well.
Not particularly. You are very. Are you normally this happy in the morning?
Absolutely not. But we're almost home.
You tell the voice to shut up.
Morning, Alyssa.
Oh, it knows my name.
It's
Yeah.
me, Prisha.
It kind of like rolls away from you.
She had a tough night too.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she slept most of the whole thing.
You hear? Oh, you hear?
Yeah, but then she was awake
No.
No, she
I
didn't.
believe you.
You see her like kind of like sit up and do that like that kid sort of thing where they have that the like most all of their face is in their cheeks right now, and there's a moment of just like sitting there just staring at nothing and just allowing the brain to just start kicking on.
See how she looks? That's how I feel.
She looks great.
Carry
Prisha's,
me.
like, clip clopping.
Are you
Like,
insane?
anxiously.
Please?
Ask Titian. Maybe you can ride Bob.
Titian! Titian!
What?
Titian?
What? Hold on. What do you want? Titian is just.
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Muted on EV Mux.
What? You can't hear me at all? Son of a bitch.
We can hear Tishian.
All right.
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear.
Oh, so I'm good. Okay.
You're good.
Then I cussed for no reason. Gosh darn it. Okay.
I did hear the son of a bitch.
Oh, okay. Tishian is probably, we'll say towards the front, I imagine. If Deem's in the rear, Tishian's towards the front. What do you want? Alyssa, what are you yapping about?
Me.
I'm not gonna. All right, come up here.
No, you come here.
If this is gonna happen, you're gonna have to come up here.
Okay, but can you grab my stuff?
No.
I don't want to do it.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really want to carry you either, but you gotta keep your end of the bargain, I guess.
I'm 6. You're bargaining with a 6-year-old. Hey, Tishian.
Yeah, Alyssa. Yeah.
Have a heart. I'm 6.
I'm trying to be nicer to her. I'm trying to be nicer. All right. Okay. All right. Alyssa. All right. Tishian, I'm gonna walk right back to Alyssa. I'll just look at her. There's not anger in my eyes, just immense, just like exhaustion. So I'm just gonna like, I'm gonna pick up her bag. I'm not even gonna pick her up like that. I'm just gonna like grab the back of her like shirt and raise her up that way.
Oh.
And then I'm just gonna walk her over to Barb and just go, all right, here you go.
You hear
your bag.
Barb immediately just.
No, Barb, I've had enough of the list this morning. You can chill out for just a moment and just
Roll me an intimidation check on your cassowary.
all right. Intimidation, you say?
Yeah.
All right, that's a 25. No, yeah, it's a 25.
Beautiful. Oh. You see it kind of like move its neck down a little bit in understanding and kind of obedience.
Mm. All right. Now, let's remember when you're on Barb, you still gotta hold on. It's not like it's a wagon or nothing like that.
You see her just resting her cheek just smushed up against Barb's neck. What?
Nothing. You're doing fine. Barb, keep her safe.
Wow.
All right. Then I'll just sort of make my way. As soon as that happens, I'm gonna look for where Grienne is.
Cool.
And then just maintain. As we've been walking, I imagine Tishian has been somewhat noticing Grienne's looks towards him. I feel like that's what Brandon said. And so Tishian has been purposely keeping 3 paces ahead of Grienne this whole journey. Not in a mean way, nothing of that nature. Just sort of like always keeping at least one member of the party between us at all times.
Okay. Got it. And the person that is probably often left in the middle of the party as we move over to our beloved other water genasi, Adim. Where do we find you this morning?
Well, I mean, as everyone else is waking up, I was already awake because I had last watch. So as they're waking up, I was probably sketching in my book because now, even though I'm still, kind of scanning for danger, people are awake, they're moving around, I'm watching, but I'm sketching in my book. Not only it's a combination of like what it looks like where we are now, but also where on the map we would be. So like there's a part of the picture that's the map because I'm very interested in the lake and everything that was mentioned last meeting. So I've just kind of idly drawing. My stuff's already packed. So like as people are getting ready, I'm literally just sitting there watching it and looking around and drawing. And then when it's finally time to go, I literally just lift my pack, put it in and just start walking because like I'm
Okay.
ready to go. So I'm just quietly watching them and drawing, not them, just my surroundings, and just like watching the drama between Tish and Alyssa and going, you know.
This is the real stuff we really want to have in the D&D sort of atmosphere of
books?
things. No. As you're like getting ready to go, you notice that Titian has grabbed his stuff. I imagine probably grabbed like maybe like Alyssa's like bag, and has like collected that, but her bedroll is still there.
I'm gonna wait to see if anyone gets it. Going so far as to see like if someone catches my eye, like look at them and look at the bedroll and look back, and then keep.
I think Ianthe's closest.
I mean, if I catch Ianthe's glance, I'm gonna catch Ianthe and then look at the bedroll and look back at Ianthe and then go back to drawing. Kind of like I'm busy right now. You know, it's just like, and if it's Ianthe I'm looking at, there's a little bit of a steal to my glance, kind of as if to say, if she wants to read my mind, this is what it was like on my ship. Look at the thing, look back at her, and then just go back to drawing.
Yeah,
to see if she does anything about it.
Yeah, I feel like with the D, there's a level of like, well, everybody should be responsible for their own things. She is 6,
but
and I think
learn somehow.
But she's got to learn somehow. So there's like, there's like some like competing sort of like pieces to that. Yeah.
Of course, Ianthe is gone. So,
it's all good.
It's okay.
Either she picks it up or she doesn't. I'll say if Ianthe does not pick it up, do you think Adim picks it up, or Adim says, "All right, got to learn"?
I think Adim will. Adim do. How far away are we from Messetti?
Well, Ianthe's back, so maybe that question might not need to be answered. Ianthe, as you see Adim looking at you, looking at the bedroll that was left, that is Alyssa's, and giving you a clear sign of like, are you going to take care of that? Ianthe, what is your body language reply or verbal reply?
No.
Adim starts whistling one of the tunes he would sing on the ship when he was working, and Ianthe was not.
Beautiful.
So then I just go, oh, fine.
He nods and continues his drawing.
You're so annoying. Always making me do things.
I'm just gonna lead into this hard because I think it's really funny. Ianthe, give me a sleight of hand check.
I'm not good at those. Eight.
8. Okay. I imagine with Ianthe in the idea of obviously for the viewers, I recognize that, and I guess the players as well, I recognize that bedrolls are not necessarily sleeping bags, but that's the closest correlation that I have in my mind. So I think for Ianthe's bedroll probably looks functional, but like as far as like the rolled up, it is the biggest one by far because of how messed up it is. But Ianthe's figured it out. Like she's figured out how to be able to kind of like roll up her own bedroll and just kind of make it like Ianthe, as you start to work on this, you recognize that the amount of rolls that you're having to do means that the rope that you're using to tie it around is going to have to be you're going to have more rope to tie around, and you've worked it out sort of in your mind a little bit more based on the length of rope having the loop of what would work. And with an 8, there's a moment that you finish it and you look up and you realize that everybody's just been waiting on you.
What? You're welcome for helping.
Beautiful.
I use like mage hand to like tie it off because I'm like grumbling and I'm like, this is so fucking stupid.
Beautiful.
This is also actually me when I'm trying to roll up a sleeping bag or an air mattress. Like I in real life I can't do it.
Don't get me started on sleeping bag stuff. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a whole thing. Yeah. Lot of childhood trauma in wrapping up a sleeping bag. Beautiful, and maybe that's why I thought that was so funny. Okay, cool. We're moving forward. As you all manage to collect all of your belongings and your loved ones' belongings, and you venture off into the forest. So once again, we kind of I already fell off of the mindset of what you guys would be rolling for this. So we'll say as you guys are looking around, unless there is something specific you want to be looking out for, someone that you're specifically looking out for, I'll say everybody give me a perception check. And if you're wanting to roll something else, just go ahead and shout it out. Tell me what you're trying to do.
I would like to throughout the day. I'm closely watching Alyssa. I'm guessing that would be insight. I'm looking for any shifts like we've been seeing more and more.
Yeah, I think that's either insight or arcana.
Can it be arcana because I'm better at that?
Absolutely.
Great. Am I better at that? Nope, I'm sorry. I'm actually better at insight. I lied.
Okay. What'd you get?
I got a... What are you? You're 17 plus 22.
22. Okay. Ianthes, you guys are moving along, and we'll say this is kind of taking the first sort of leg of this journey. You notice that there are certain points where the path does seem to wind. There is like sort of an open area that seems to kind of get smaller and smaller from the wooded area from where it's at, where it's kind of like moving up and down. You notice there's a lot of like hills and pieces like that. You notice that 22 is pretty good. So I'm going to say also give me a nature check. I'll give you advantage.
Cool. That's not bad. 17.
17. You notice that while Alyssa is spending most of her time kind of going in and out as she is on Barb, as you're trying to kind of keep a close eye on her, you notice that there's certain moments where you... it's very slight, and this is why I think the 22 is so good. You notice that there's certain moments where you are pretty sure you see Alyssa's hands starting to have that sort of not necessarily steam effect, but that sort of thing when something is so hot that the air around it seems to kind of like warble out. It comes and goes, and I'd say about I'll say like just a little bit before noon, as you're kind of having to go over this first like very sort of like large hill, to the moment that you see Alyssa kind of like wake up, kind of grab the reins and sort of like lean back and puts a hand out in the air, trying to kind of hold on. You notice that it seems to be affected by elevation.
And when it's... I was writing stuff down, so I apologize if I missed it. Is it when we're higher up that this change occurs, and then it like ebbs as we go lower?
Mm-hmm. And it's very slight. It's very slight, but when it seems to kind of come and go, it seems like it's related somewhat to that. It also could be dependent upon some other things that we'll find out as we go along. Cool. Anyone else other than perception? Cool. All right. What do we get on those perception checks? And we'll say, so Prisha, your survival, Jet, you rolled a nature check just for those plants that you're kind of like passing by and looking for. I'll give you the names of a couple others as we go along, but I'm going to say that you're paying attention to those things. So for those that aren't, that didn't name specific things here, we'll say, give me perception checks.
Dean got a 14.
14, nice.
Just to clarify, I don't need to roll a perception check.
Correct. Yep.
Heard.
Your focus is making sure you're on the right path.
I got 13.
14.
Okay. All right. So 14, 14, 13, I believe. Okay. All right. Sweet. Oh, actually. Okay. All right. So right about around 11, as you guys are moving forward, you notice that the I'll say especially Jet, Prisha, you'll notice this too, but you always I'd say you notice this kind of like for the first time, and it sort of surprises you as you recognize that the things start to change slightly the more north that you guys come up. You notice that the air seems to become a little crisper. The trees seem to move a little less. The color in them seems to be slightly more unified, and it's almost like there's not a cold presence, but a cooling sort of presence. As you all start to notice this along the path, we'll say about noon, you guys kind of take a little break just on top of one of the. Actually, I'll say. Noticeably, I think the idea of saying like up higher on the hill would make the most sense, but Ianthe, you might have something to say against that. As I think maybe Prisha, you might be like, this might be a good place to stop. That sort of thing.
Maybe not exactly there. I don't want us to be that in the open. Maybe something a little bit lower.
Okay. Prisha's gonna kind of search around for something a little more closer to ground.
You can see more up here.
Right, and we can be seen by more things.
I'm cold.
Here, and I'll give her like my cloak.
Cool.
There you go.
Oopsie daisy. As you give her your cloak, you notice that she kind of like takes it with her hands and starts kind of like wrap it around herself. And you're looking where she's wrapping it, and you see just the kind of like the dull sort of coloration of the cloak start to turn a thick dark black around her hands.
Just be careful with it. My mom made it, so be gentle.
Okay. Don't tell me, tell Barb.
Bob, be gentle, please.
Oh. Barb,
What are you saying to my bird over there? Hold on. What's going on with my bird over there?
Nothing. I'm just asking her to be careful.
Be careful. Barb, are you acting up? What's going on here?
Tijan, everything's fine.
It's alright. Thought there might be something going on. Sorry, I'll leave y'all to it.
Anyway, I just think lower ground is a smarter way to go. If
Anthony, as you say that, you look back at Alyssa. You see Alyssa's not. You're saying this in general to the group, but you're noticing Alyssa's not really looking at you, just looking at the back of Titian as he moves back down the mountain. And you notice that those black parts spread out.
Prisha's gonna. She sees this with Alyssa, or is it just Ianthe that sees it?
Roll me a perception check with advantage. You're right there.
Non-natural 20. Yeah, I think Prisha's gonna like unroll, like she's gonna unhook her bedroll, and she's gonna kind of unwrap it and wrap it around. Because again, sleeping bag is the only thing I can think of. She's just gonna wrap it around Alyssa with the cloak, so that she has to grab onto something else. Because I think she probably heard Ianthe say that it was special. And when she does that, she's gonna pat Alyssa on the back and be like, "You okay?" Good morning, sleepyhead.
Morning.
It's dangerous to zone out on a bird like Barb.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for the coat.
Yeah. We'll be at Messetti soon.
Okay. We taking a break?
I think we're...
My butt hurts.
No, really?
Yeah, this bird is not...
We need to
Titian,
get Barb a saddle.
Titian, your butt is way bigger than mine. How do you handle this?
Oh, what'd you say?
He's got
Hold
that
on.
bird to protect him.
How close is Titian to this conversation right now? Is Alyssa?
You tell me. I think Alyssa's saying that out loud, and I think there's a possibility that like Titian, maybe this is a moment of like Titian, you can hear it, but you're far enough away to pretend to not.
Okay. I'm just gonna say from afar, don't worry about my butt, and just like keep walking.
Beautiful.
He's got all that fur to protect him.
I wish I had a furry butt.
I just muttered.
No, it's not all it's cracked up to be. And Prisha's gonna turn around and she's gonna just kind of wiggle her butt. Her little goat tail is just gonna like be going extra fast as she like turns her back to Alyssa and just starts like wiggling her butt.
Is this the first time that we noticed that Prisha's not wearing pants?
Yeah, I mean like she has a skirt on, but like it's
Okay.
like furs.
Yeah.
But like she's covered, but yeah, she's not really wearing pants.
I love it. Yeah, I think with this skirt, Alyssa understands that concept, so she won't say anything. Yeah, cool. With that, you guys kind of just decided to just go to lower ground.
I have a question really quick.
Yeah, please.
I'm sure Jet was somewhere near all of this, and Alyssa was like talking out loud, so I'm sure he heard all of that. What would it take for me to temporarily enchant whatever she's got to not burn? Can I like give up a spell slot for the day?
It's up to you. I think you do know like general sort of like arcana sort of thing. A simple mending spell would fix that for sure.
Yeah, but how do I just make it to where it won't be a problem anymore? Like, could I make a cloak that won't catch on fire? Like, is that something I could do easily? I'm not an artificer, but you know, that doesn't seem like a powerful magic, but I don't know what I would do to do that.
It's tricky. I mean, like honestly, like there's a space of like rules is written having something that's like maybe resistant to fire, but that would be a specific sort of spell.
Gotcha.
So I think as you think about like ways of like making that work, you also kind of like look at like Prisha already kind of has this bit like Prisha seemed to understand what was going on too, and maybe is not as worried about that. And you know that like once you guys take a break and kind of go down, you can always just mend the
Fair. Very fair.
Cool. So with that, you guys kind of take a moment, a little break. I'll say just for simplicity's sake, I'll say you guys are probably just able to like, you probably have leftovers from something. So you guys are just kind of like working on that. Alyssa just kind of just, how much further?
Half the day
Till we get there?
till we get there.
So we're gonna get there at night?
Yes. If Barb runs and we all run to catch up with her, maybe we'll get there before dark, but nighttime.
So it is gonna be a full day. Just a small recon sort of thing. So it's going to be a full day. It's if you do it right, you're going to be able to get there and then be able to have the morning to sort of figure out where to be able to kind of like how to situate it. But you will be there that night. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the full day.
Okay. Well, so can't we just like, Jet? Can't we just like, just poof there?
If they have a circle, yeah.
Do they have
But
a circle?
I have to go there. I have to go there, and I have to see the circle.
I don't know if we have a circle. It's been a while. Denmother might have put one in.
Okay, well, Jet, okay, you go there and then see if they have a circle, and then we'll stay here, and you can just bring us there.
But then I'd have to come all the way back.
I think maybe we'll just continue going on the way we're going and not make
Fine.
extra work for more people.
Well, what would you do instead, Alyssa? If we weren't actively going somewhere, what would you do instead?
What?
What would you do? What else would you do?
What would I do? What?
To
You get
entertain
a very
yourself.
cranky response from her.
I am trying to be nice. Listen here, you little bit.
yeah.
You little shit.
I just don't want. I don't want to.
Priscia's gonna just like groan back at her.
Uh,
I don't want to carry my heavy pack, Alyssa. Alyssa, carry it for me.
Alyssa's gonna groan back at you, and it just becomes a game between you both.
Yeah.
For a while, to everybody's detriment.
Yeah. At least it's not a violin fucking first thing in the morning.
I don't know. That's way worse, man.
So Tishian's looking for a new party right now.
Yeah.
Hey, it's better than her yelling at Tishy.
Oh my
Dean's
God.
looking for the water sources that go back to the ocean and how deep they are. Are there
Yeah.
rapids?
I think Jet is going to be like standing awkwardly like behind and beside kind of Titian, as Titian's like in the front, right? Like away from everybody. Just going to kind of be there and like have his back turned to Titian and just like looking down at notes and, like, oh, what's this? And picking up like a herb or something and writing something down. But he's like closer to Titian than everybody else,
There's a moment that you're holding a little plant, and then immediately you hear, ah, and you just like drop it.
Tishian, I'm just gonna look over since Nathan's setting that up. Jet, if we're gonna make Messetti, we can't really stop at every weed we're seeing along the way. What are oh my god! I can't hold. Okay, please just have an adult conversation with me. I cannot handle this right now. What are you doing with these plants, Jet?
I'm making a list of all of them. Like, you see, I've got a couple of them that can be used as like seasoning for food.
Mm-hmm.
I think this one's like a bay leaf, and people say that it adds flavor. I've never been able to tell. And then this one here, this is called elven weed or something similar.
Yep, weed. Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it'll that guy up in the treetops that had the bags full of stuff and was giving it to people, and then everybody was getting
Yep.
real.
You mean the Indol the drug dealer. Yeah, I remember
yeah.
him.
This is
Yeah.
one of the things there. Would you you want some?
Mm-hmm.
Do I want some drugs? Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything to drown this out right now. Yeah.
And see, I can make stuff smell, catnip. I've still got that trick.
Nope.
Nope. You want
I've
to try
actually
this?
I've actually built up a
An
tolerance.
immunity. I know.
Yeah,
I've
an immunity.
tried
yeah,
it several
it's-
times, and it just. You're
Mhm.
the only one. What did you do?
Yep.
How did
I'm
you?
just fucking
Were you
badass,
born
man.
without a scent of smell?
No, I'm just stronger than the rest of them combined. Is what it is.
Well,
I'm
so here's
just-
this. I think what you do. See, it's already in a vial. I
Mhm.
think what you do is you put flame under the vial, and you just inhale the fumes.
Okay, so you just happen to have this loaded into a pipe right now? Is that what you're telling me?
No,
Or-
just a vial.
Just a vial. Okay.
pipe?
What's a pipe? Just a pipe.
You know what a pipe is? Wait, hold on. Time out. Hold on. No. There's no way a wizard doesn't know what a pipe is. I'm sorry.
I have this good friend Gandalf.
In my world, in this world,
Fine.
you've seen Professor Zuzu. You may not have partaken yourself.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could probably make one for you.
A pipe. Sure. I guess I don't know. Hold on. Okay.
You could just use the vial.
Here, why don't you just let me? Can I see it real quick? You want
Sure.
Okay. Here, I'll just take it. I'll just drink it.
It's not a liquid; it's a plant.
I'll
Yeah.
eat it. I'll eat
Yeah,
the plant. I'll just eat the plant.
Yes, indeed. I love that so much. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Ah, boy. Okay, that'll be a 17.
17's great. Good job. It's just grass to you right now. It's just grass, and you don't eat grass, assumedly.
Nope.
So it just tastes like grass right now.
All right, that's pretty vegetal. A little
You're
bitter.
supposed to burn it. I also found this really interesting. If you want to eat some plants, I found this one. I think it's called a cattail. It just pulls.
No, man, I can't. No, I'm not gonna. I can't eat a.
Nah, dude.
No, I'm
But it's
good.
kinda
No, dude,
fluffy.
I can't.
It's fluffy.
You're looking at
It's
Leon.
edible.
You're looking at Leonin in the face and asking him if he wants to eat a cat still. I can't.
Oh
No, I think I just Jed. I gotta be
yeah.
honest with you. I don't think you're good at identifying plants, and this is the thing. I just want to let you know.
Definitely excellent at that. Thank you.
I love and care for you, but this is not your talent. I don't think because I'm pretty sure you just gave me grass. From
That
a
was
tube just
one of
now.
my main studies.
It's okay. It's fine.
Just gonna he can't really blush because his scales are black, but he's gonna kind of look embarrassed, and he's just gonna walk away in a huff.
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't mean to be. No, okay. I'm sorry, Jet. I didn't mean to.
He's gone. He wants
Shit.
nothing more to do with Tishian today. He's like, but that was what I was good at.
Beautiful. As you are watching Jet kind of moving away and having this moment of fuck, all right. There's a moment of respite that is quickly interrupted by This has gone on for a solid minute, gang. Unless someone wants to put a stop to it.
Adim just starts watching more carefully for possible dangers that are going to come because we have screaming children.
Yeah.
Children.
Like it.
Yes, you heard that correctly.
Are they standing in the same place? Have they been standing in the same place this whole time?
Lissa Lee says.
Do I waste a spell slot on this? Yeah, I think I do. I definitely do because Tishian just set me off, and it's time. Jet's gonna go over and put a box around them with Mordecai in its private sanctum, so only they can hear each other. We can't hear them anymore.
Nice.
And he's going to
I know what
spin,
I'm doing for the rest of the day.
Beautiful.
and then he's just gonna turn
Fuck
around
this
and
day.
walk
Let's
away,
go
and, like
into
with
a
his arms
screaming
crossed.
match.
Dean takes note of that, and as he's walking away, he can't see it, but it looks like, all right, that was a useful use of magic. That was a good use of magic, and there's one.
There's
One.
one.
I'm gonna
Declarium
say.
was a great idea.
Okay. Jet. Notably on this sanctum, is it opaque or translucent?
Oh, it's completely clear. Like they can see everything normal. I just don't want to be able to hear them right now.
Beautiful. Prisha, give me a insight or arcana check, your choice. I think you're picking this up automatically.
Hmm?
Well, we're gonna do insight because my arcana is a -1. Actually, we're gonna
Cool.
do arcana because I think that's funnier. And I rolled
Okay.
an 18.
An 18
Yeah, well, I rolled a
Total?
19. An 18.
total. Cool.
Dang.
Great. So this is fun. This is exciting. And there's like a sort of like a weird sort of freeing part to this. Pressure, you actually kind of like feel like, I feel a little better as I'm doing this. Why don't I just keep on doing this? And at the same time, Ianthe and Prisha both see. Ianthe, you don't hear anything. But Prisha, you see as Alyssa kind of like lets out a final sort of like roar, you see just a like a full-on like Saiyan level like sort of like flame erupt around her. Prisha, you hear two voices screaming at you. One much deeper.
Are you aware that you do that?
I'm like running. I don't know if this thing is, if I can get through, but I'm like,
Jet,
oh!
it's up to you.
And I'm just like running toward it.
Yeah.
This one's not
Cool.
a physical barrier.
You got it. Yeah, Ianthe, you're able to just run right into it. Or right through it, excuse me. Prisha, as you're just talking.
Yeah, do you know that you do that?
What happened? What happened? Are you alright?
We screamed.
I know.
You see
look at
there's a moment that her eyes have been wide in yelling this and have now kind of fixated in this position as if Prisha were to move off to the right or left, the eyes would stay there.
Melissa?
Green and Adim, what are you guys doing? Adim, you said you're actually Adim, give me a perception check with advantage.
There's not a whole lot I personally could do, so I think I'm just gonna stand by if people need help.
23.
I'll be there.
Okay. You notice when the you notice this first, and then you recognize that the reasoning is because of whatever's happening to Alyssa. You don't hear it, so like you kind of like turn around and like start to kind of look in like even like looking over your shoulder directly in that direction. You see just a small sort of like almost like column of fire.
And how far away are we from? How far away am I from Alyssa?
Well, this isn't the roll was for this.
Oh, okay.
You notice that in the distance of the trees, you see there is something that was. Would you roll a 23? Is that what you said?
Yes.
The
Yeah.
23. You guys are killing it tonight. You see what looks to be something that originally you thought, because it seemed to align itself perfectly with the look of the bark, the like sort of like lighter sort of bark of this tree, that in the canopy you see something seem to shift out of the way, and with the 23 you could see that that wasn't bark, that was skin. There's some humanoid figure in a tree about 50 feet off from you guys.
How high in the tree? Like high in the tree, or like our level in the tree, or where?
From
you
the,
guys see the tree?
because of the distance,
Uh-huh.
I'd say like you'd probably assume that it's about maybe 40, 50 feet up from the distance. You're kind of like looking like sort of diagonally up at it.
Wonderful. Okay, next question. How far away am I from Melissa?
Your call.
Okay, and then are there any depressions in the ground around where Alyssa is? Funny question, I know, but basically, if I created water, would any of it stay?
Based on your prior experience, probably not.
Okay, in that case, my weapon is drawn, and I activate my bracelet and say, "Something in the trees just noticed Alyssa," and just do whatever. I don't know what the direction is, but do this one 50 feet away.
You run off 50 feet away.
No, that's what I say.
Okay, got
Something
it.
in the trees
Cool.
just noticed Alyssa. Do this direction 50 feet away, and I will move to stand between Alyssa and that direction.
You got it. Cool. Great. So Grian, you're hang on. Titian, anything specific you're doing in this situation?
No, nothing right. Nothing yet.
Oh, which is the PC that doesn't have the bracelet?
Jet.
So Jet, I said this out loud, so you also heard it. It's just so did the people everyone heard it either in their mind or verbally, so you heard that too. Anyway, so
Noted.
Beautiful. Yeah. So all right. So we'll come back to the bubble. Ianthe, Prisha, you have this sort of like column of fire. What was the? I was dealing with so many things. What was the last thing that was said with both of you guys?
Prisha.
You were explaining Alyssa's got this like crazy stare at Prisha.
And
Yeah.
Prisha just said,
Almost through Prisha.
Alyssa?
No response.
What happened? What did you say to her?
Why do you automatically assume it's my fault? We were just screaming.
Alyssa, come back, please.
Ianthe, roll me an Arcana check with advantage.
Oh no. Oh, those are both terrible. 11.
Okay. With an 11, there's a moment of panic in your voice. In 11, ironically, 11's not bad. So I think what I'll say is that kind of like honestly kind of giving you sort of like a loaded sort of puzzle piece here. Your response and Prisha's response to you had no effect on Alyssa. It didn't seem to bring her down or up. Titian, what are you doing?
Man, Titian's just up here relaxing.
You see this column of fire, I think.
Man, that's like, whoa. That's yeah, that's definitely fire. Yeah. What?
Are you so you see the fire, you see that there's things that are happening inside the bubble, but there's no noise that's coming outside of the bubble. So I think the only thing I need to know is, Titian, are you outside or inside, I guess?
I think outside, but Titian's what I'm trying to role play is that Titian, what he took from Jet, is now kicking in.
Starting to take effect. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Ianthe and Prisha, you see a hand extended towards Prisha. It's from Melissa.
A hand extended?
Mm-hmm. out like this.
Prisha's gonna look at Ianthe and just kind of hold her hand up. Should I?
Ianthe, you've seen this this sort of space like this has been similar to moments when Alyssa has lost control.
Yeah. Hold on, wait. Alyssa? It's us, we're here with you. I need you to come back. I need you to grab the reins again.
Ianthe, roll me a... What's your... Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Or, sorry, a Charisma saving throw.
Okay. I have to find a good dice for this. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. 23.
Wow. Nice.
I have a really high charisma save.
Yeah, you do. That's good. I will call it, therefore, a DC 5 persuasion check.
Okay. I just have to not roll a nat 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4, which is a total of 13.
So I'll say that's low enough that in this moment you are calmly saying to Alyssa to take the reins, come back. Pressure, roll me an insight check. I'm going to tell you the DC is 25. DC is 25.
Ooh.
There is not a way that I could beat that DC.
Came with a nat 20.
Do it.
2.
Yeah, baby.
That's not it.
I like it. Pressure, what's going through your mind in this moment as you see a hand extended towards you? And there's like the idea of like the danger starting to sort of maybe creep in.
I think Prisha senses Ianthe's growing sense of panic, and that's kind of what clues her into something is wrong, as opposed to like we were just playing a game and now there's a second voice involved and I'm not 100% sure how to respond. And I think in moments where Prisha would generally defer to Ianthe's expertise with pseudo expertise with Alyssa, I think that with a 2, Prisha is overconfident. I think that like if Prisha had an action, I suppose, she would try and reach out to Alyssa and like touch her hand and like try to like somehow jolt her back into like the reality that they're in.
Interesting. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Jeez. Prisha's not a particularly wise man.
You should be. You're a druid.
I mean, she did just stick her hand out to a fiery hand.
I rolled a 3, Joe.
Okay.
So I got a total of 10.
You want my inspiration? You could have it.
No, it's
Okay.
fine.
07s.
Uh-oh, music change.
It's a 10. No. Prisha, you're so dumb.
You reach out. The hand doesn't touch you, but the palm does extend down. You see, as Ianthe's talking, you see the column of fire start to shrink down. But as Alyssa's staring at you, you see the hand come down to your fingertips. And just before it touches, you see a wink. Prisha. I would like you to describe to me when you think about your home, what's the first physical thing that comes to mind?
Her work table, where it's the inside of the cave where you first saw her, or one of the first places we saw her in campaign. It's the work table next to the bed space where Dunmother Udris ended up, for Prisha to like work and like work on restoring her. I think her work table is, it's probably like a stone slab that juts out of like a cave wall, that she's kind of like chiseled and shaped at and kind of created divots in for, you know, mugs or plates. I think things have their place. And on top of that, there is ingredient reagents and herbs, and things are tied up on the walls to dry out, and there are bones and bone dust kind of scattered over everything. It is an absolute mess, and she knows exactly where everything is, and everything is within arm's reach, and it is mindlessly easy to grab, and it is hers. It is probably the one thing that she created for herself, for the most part, that is just hers to work with. And it's where she spends a great deal of like time making things like trinkets or, you know, whatever it be for the people of Messetti.
That's what you see at first, looking at the pieces of dried herbs that are hanging in your cave. You hear a single word. Burn. You see the cave floor, walls erupt into flames. You look at the table. You see the bones meticulously placed in perfect order. You know, you studied, you understand where each one comes from, and these ones in particular have a specific meaning to you. You hear the word again. Burn. You notice them start to turn into dark, black ash. As you turn, you see, actually as you lean closer, kind of like going over to the table, taking a moment to try to like save something, to be able to kind of like clean something off and keep it from burning in your hands. It turns into ash in your hands, and you can feel the heat from that same outstretched hand that you have. Alyssa, Ianthe, no one in the party is here around you, but you see a shadow come over behind you, blocking the light from the cave. Rushing in, you see Den Mother Udris. Eyes wide. And looking at you in horror. An emotion that you've never seen over her face. Terror. And in that moment, you see the top part of her face, her eyes locked in frozen horror. You see her mouth move with the word burn. And you see her start to catch flame. Then you're out. Ianthe, you see Alyssa. Actually, Ianthe, roll me a d4.
Two.
You see Alyssa. It was a kind of like a 50-50 sort of chance. You see Alyssa kind of just go limp for a second and looks at you and starts to kind of do the playful sort of screaming again. She doesn't seem to be aware of what happened at all. Ah!
Ah.
And looks over at Prisha.
Single tear rolling down her cheek.
Moment of confusion. And nothing else over Alyssa's face. She looks at you, Ianthe. We were just playing.
Hey, I know. Sometimes things can go a little too far, but it's okay. Hey, why don't you see if Grian has anything? You must be thirsty after all that yelling. Let me go see if Grian's got something you can have to drink.
Prisha, Prisha? You see her take a step forward. Prisha, what do you do?
I think she stays still, but she does look at Alyssa. Yeah.
Ianthe, what did I do?
I think I just got scared. It's okay, Alyssa.
I think you just yelled a bit too loud. You've been taking lessons from Titian, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
I think Prisha reaches her hand down and kind of ruffles Alyssa's hair. It's okay.
Prisha, as you do, I'm gonna twist the knife a bit.
Ouch.
You see her looking up at you. For a second, you almost feel like you see that wink again. Okay. I'm gonna go find Barb.
Okay.
Sorry, Prisha. You see her walk out.
Prisha, what happened?
She's gonna burn down my home.
No, she won't. We won't let that happen.
I've never seen fear on her face, Ianthe. Has she been doing this a lot?
Yes. More and more.
Why haven't you said anything?
What do you want me to say?
That we need to get her to... I don't know.
What am I supposed to tell a 6-year-old? That there's another being inside of her taking control and we're all terrified of it?
Good point.
I'm only okay with taking her to Messetti because Udris is there. And she seems to have some idea of what is going on.
Gods, I hope so.
I know.
She's dangerous. Maybe not
It's
Alyssa,
not-
but it's dangerous.
Ignovirus. That's what it's called.
Ignovirus. Names are powerful, Ianthe.
I know. That's why I haven't shared it with anyone.
Thank you. I should warn Dead Mother.
I think maybe when we get to Messetti, all of us should have a sit down with Dead Mother and explain everything to her.
Yeah. Has she shown you anything?
She hasn't shown me anything. This, I'll show her my hand again.
Yeah.
This came from her.
Ah. Okay. I see why he who shall not be named was so worried. Okay.
And it's
So we've
It's why I
established
won't
she's a
defend
scaredy cat. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's why I was willing to defend you, because I knew it wasn't you. Because I knew who it
Thanks.
was.
Well, we've established Prisha doesn't like loud noises and is very scared of a 6-year-old girl. Let's go.
For what it's worth, I mean, you do what you have to do. Alyssa and Ignovirus are not the same person. They live in the same body, but they're not the same being. Alyssa
Ignovirus
is...
would be a lot less scary if she asked Tish, or if Ignovirus would be a lot less scary if he asked Titian for uppies.
Yeah. Yeah. But all of those sweet moments, that's Alyssa. You don't have to be afraid of her. We just
That poor
have to
girl.
figure out how to separate her from the other one.
Well, if I can help, I will.
We have to go to the jar. That's got to be our next stop.
Heard.
All right, Chef.
It's so deeply ingrained. I don't want to talk about it.
Grian. You see Alyssa walk up to Barb. And you notice Barb kind of pull back a little bit. Takes a couple steps back. You see Alyssa turn and look at you. There's something wrong with me, isn't there?
I think there's something wrong with all of us. It's just a matter of finding out what it is. And I'm going to hold my hand out to her. Say, like, why don't you walk with me for a little bit?
Constitution saving throw. Okay. She takes your hand.
Oh, yay. That's going to be great. The 23.
23. Oh, those are the wrong die. My bad. You take 4 points of fire damage. She takes your hand, and you are able to, with that, more importantly, with that, you're able to make it seem like you're not in pain.
Yeah, I pretty much take the 4 points in stride. Are we all ready to keep going? Or do you guys want to chill here for a bit?
Is there any indication that whatever was in that tree is coming at us? Since everyone else ignored what I said?
You just saw, you just saw movement.
Okay.
And now it seemed like maybe whatever you saw seemed to retreat, whether to inform.
I was going to say in Adim's mind, since he's moving up, I'm going to say, hey, it's Jet. I'm with you if you want to sketch this thing.
It's above me. I can't do anything about that. And it went away.
We could scare it away.
It's already left.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out too. I'm not as good, but I'll keep an eye out too.
And since he's in my head, I don't like it. Could you do me a favor?
Yep.
Stop giving our fighter drugs. And I shut my mind off.
Go.
It's one weed, man. The judge just kind of mumbles as he walks away. Didn't even affect him. Look, he's fine. Jet turns around and Tishian's just like...
What does Tishian look like through all of this? Also, Jet, do you take the bubble down?
Oh, yeah. It goes away.
Tishian went from seeing what was in the bubble to he's just sort of like lounging. He's not sleeping like what Nathan just said, but he is. Since we've stopped and everyone's talking, like he's decided, he's just going to stretch out by the side of the road and just sort of like lounge for a little bit. Everyone's worried around him, and you know what? Things are going pretty good for him. So he's just gonna be over here for a little bit.
Give me a perception check based on hearing. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage with these big floppy ears? Sure. With disadvantage, perception, you said? 13.
Mm-hmm. The 13. 13's gonna be enough that I'll give you a straight history check.
Okay. Okie dokie. It's in that one. No modifiers.
You thought you heard something in the trees behind you. Could have been a thud, an animal. Anything else? I think in your current position, it's like, it could be something that's going to come behind me and just try to cut my throat, whatever. I think like one ear kind of like flips up a little bit as you. There's something with that voice that sounded familiar. That sound.
I'll stand up. What happened in the woods behind me? All right, stretch a little bit. And, all right, let's go. I'll walk over just calmly to that direction. Or in that direction.
Okay. How far away do you go leave the party?
With those checks, am I able to perceive about how far that sound was?
Sounded like it was in the forest. I would say the forest is pretty much to your back now. Saying that you kind of like, you already sort of wandered off a little bit from the party, so now we're just trying to get an actual estimate.
Okay. Let's estimate. Give me a second here. I will go no further than 70 feet.
Is he walking in the direction that I'm facing?
Yeah, I would allow. I mean, Adim, you're already your eyes are already pretty much on the dangers of all of this and how everybody has ignored your
Okay.
kind of like concept of like, hey, there's something, and now
Okay.
Titian's walking towards the general direction.
I'm having flashbacks of Dare's Wharf, so I will just about 50 feet behind him follow him.
Okay.
Same. I'll be beside Adim unless he moves faster than me, in which case I'll be slowly getting farther and farther behind.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Titian. Roll me. This is an initiative roll, but roll me a nat 20.
Initiative, you said? Okay.
picture of this and send it to you guys.
Well, that's not a very good roll. I rolled a 5 in initiative.
You can
Cool.
have my my inspiration if you'd like it.
I do have inspiration.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, like I said, it has to be a nat 20.
Right. I'll let it lie.
You got it.
I just, yeah.
Adeem, roll me a perception check.
$18.
Adeem, as you're following along, you see Titian kind of sort of start to wander into the outskirts of the forest. You hear this sound that is weirdly familiar to you.
I don't like that. Familiar how?
You hear just the sound of bark breaking against a tree as something leaps down. Something large. Hulking. Not taller than Titian, but a little broader. All you're able to see in this split second is this hairy but humanoid, deeply muscular back. Jump down. Grab Titian from the back and leap up into the trees with Titian. It's a little early. I think with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. See you guys in 10. Okay. I think it is only fitting to have everybody roll initiative.
Did I already roll initiative, Joe, or do I need to redo that?
I could. I would say you did. That makes sense to me.
Okay. Do you have it marked down from before?
No, give me 1 second. I'll get everybody's.
Would you like us to put it in the game chat?
Nope. I'll grab it from you here in a second.
Alrighty.
Ay, 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 ay. All right. We need. What do we need? This is happening. All right. Also, Matt, I would check your Discord if you haven't yet. Personal message. Okay. Oh, come on. Get that in here. No, I didn't. Oh, I know where I can find it. Okay. Okay. All right. Ianthe.
5.
5. Tishin.
I think mine was 4 or 5 as well, so I'll just go after Ianthe since I don't remember which one of those two it was.
We'll give you 5. Adim.
22.
Good.
We'll see.
Grian.
4.
Okay. Prisha.
11.
And Jet.
22 as well.
Someone roll for Alyssa.
I will. Sure. Why not? 12 plus whatever.
Jet, what's your dex?
2.
Okay, so then I beat you. I have 3.
Makes sense to me. It might be a problem. Okay. Let me get everything situated here, and then we will go. Okay. Titian. You are immediately grabbed and hoisted up 30 feet into the air as whatever is picking you up is definitely shorter than you, but is just a massive rock of a being. You notice they seem to be kind of like humanoid, just feeling as it is dug its claws into your pectoral muscles. You hear this like very dark, deep sort of bestial roar. That is more than... It's not trying to scare or intimidate. It's the sound of fury. Sound of unfettered rage. As the creature tries its best to dig into your chest and find something to rip out. First attack. Is a 22 to hit.
Now, this is where I have to ask. We're in the canopy of the tree, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are we in dim light in any way, shape, or form, like in shadows of the
If you're
tree
talking
lights?
as far as like it would have disadvantage on attacking you, it has you.
I'm talking more in that if I'm wearing my cloak, and it would give me a +1 to my AC right now.
In dim light. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a d20. 11 or higher.
Yes, I rolled a 12.
Cool. You got it.
All right, so in that case, I rolled a 22. I have a 22 AC currently right now.
Okay, so it still hits. Just meets it, beats
It
it.
still hits, yeah. But
All right. So I'll roll the rest of these attacks. It is going to take another attack, as I assume it's not going to find your heart on the first one. That is a more 24.
it says 24.
Yeah.
All silvery barbs that one.
Okay.
And then give advantage to myself.
Cool. 22.
All right, that's my AC still.
And then the last one was a 25.
All right.
As this creature digs into your chest, you're at full hit points. Just make sure everybody clear. You guys had that long rest, all that stuff. Shouldn't be any reason you have anything less on here. I'm going to roll damage. I think altogether, unless there's a reason that I shouldn't.
A reason you shouldn't roll full damage?
No, I'm going to roll it all at once.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Unless there's a specific attack you're lessening damage from in some way.
I don't have the ability to do any of that, as far as I know.
Cool. Okay. Give me a wisdom saving throw while we're here.
Natural 20.
Nice.
For a total of 29.
Give me 2 more.
2 more wisdom saves, okay.
Yep. Also, if you can move wherever you have the dice a little bit away from the mic.
Yeah, I got you. Second one is a 25.
Okay, that'll pass. Give me 1 more.
The last one is a 17.
Okay, 17 doesn't. Okay, cool. That is 63 points of damage. 15 of it is psychic, but the rest of it would be piercing.
Okay.
Or excuse me, I think slashing. And let me just check and see if there was anything else. Your speed is reduced by 10 feet. Until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So, as you feel the first sort of like movement is just a like strong sort of like punch into the chest with the claws kind of extended out as it seems like it is like pulling in. You feel that sort of moment as your muscles, tendons, everything in here starts to rip. You can hear and you can feel that sort of like hot, nasty, honestly, really nasty sort of breath that's like on the back, just kind of on the top of your back, as you hear deep, heavy-set growls of something that is looking to end you now. I'm going to say it's not your turn quite yet, but I'm going to say at the end of this turn, I'll just give it to you. At this end of this turn, you start to hear other sort of sounds from your left and right. At your turn, I will allow you to roll I think it's actually going to be a history check, but I'll explain why in a minute. Okay, cool. And good.
Clarification for that. I'm hearing growls. I'm hearing nothing that sounds like even the attempt at language.
That's what I'm going to have you roll for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Adim, it is your turn. You see the creature seem to launch itself into the canopy. I'm going to say, what was your last perception check?
14.
I'll give you the chance to roll another one.
Okay.
DC 15.
All right. Oh, 19.
19. Okay. With a 19, you are hearing, I assume Titian is probably letting out some sort of like primal sort of growl in response to that. As you are hearing multiple sort of voices in the trees, giving vibes of they're not the only creature that is up there. But with that 19, you're able to see I'd say probably just like maybe one of like I'd say like the right calf of this creature that's just like peering past a tree trunk or an extended sort of branch out there. So you see the creature. It's about at this point I think 50 feet away.
How high up
right?
is it?
It is 30 feet. So 50 feet. Yeah, that's right, because you were already further away. How far away did you say you were from Titian?
I was saying I was going to try and stick around 50 feet away from him, just so he was within range of stuff.
So 65.
Okay. Through the bracelet, I just say Titian has been taken. I assume that's not an action just to say that. I hope. Okay.
Totally fine.
Let me see. I always forget where these things are because I want to reshape my entire character sheet so that it's what I want it to be. I will pop haste.
Cool.
I will use. Are the trees enough that I can get up any tree without an issue?
It's gonna be an athletics check no matter what.
Then I will. My goal is to get within 20 feet of that creature. Is it possible?
How much movement do you have with haste?
60.
Okay. So 50 feet to get to the tree or somewhere nearby. So we'll call it 40. 40 moving up 20 feet. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. You're able to do it. You need to do an athletics check. It'll be half your movement to climb unless you have something that's on there.
I think I don't know if you'll give it to me. I'm looking for it while you were talking, I swear. Able Sailor, which climbing no longer costs me extra movement. I know it was originally designed for ships, but it just states it's a sentence. Climbing no longer costs you extra movement. If you look under my features and traits, it's the second to last one.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me just check that one. I'm gonna say let me just check. This is in. Oh wait.
It was one
This
of
is specifically in your features and traits, so it's not a background thing. It's
one of the things. When I gained a level, I took Able Sailor.
Oh, this. Okay, so this is actually okay. Cool.
It's a thing I bought.
I'll say because it's a feat that you got. Yeah, absolutely. I'll allow it. I'll say your climbing just no longer costs you extra movement. Yeah, straight up.
Yay!
Beautiful.
Okay.
So yeah, you are able to get within 20 feet. You'll be on a different tree.
That's fine. I just want because now I don't have disadvantage to throw my chakram at it.
Beautiful.
So now I have a better chance to hit the damn thing. All right, so I get there. They've been informed. I will throw my chakram.
You got it.
At the creature that has Titian. First roll is a 17.
Doesn't do it.
Nope. Okay. Second roll is not going to do it either. I get my extra attack. No. If it matters, it was a critical fail. I rolled an one.
I'll say that's fine with that. There's so much writing on this right now.
Right. So since I am out of my regular attacks, I go ahead and take my action surge.
Yeah.
Because I need to hit this thing at least once to get its attention. I can't really do too much, and everybody else is far away. 15. I just rolling not good enough to hit the damn thing.
Yeah.
I will yell through the stone and out loud, let him go. And I'm not going to yell into my mic, but I am yelling. And I really don't have too much else I can do that's not a reaction. So
give me I'm going to give you a choice here because it's kind of like split sort of thing of like kind of like retaining information like all at once. Give me either, and you'll get two different pieces. Give me either an insight check or a history check.
They both suck. Before I do that, I was looking at bonus actions. I can spend a superiority die and make an extra range attack.
Yeah, your quick toss, right?
Yeah, so before I make that choice, let me do that, because the effects of this, if I hit, might change.
Yeah, because you did attack, extra attack from haste, action surge, which action surge actually gives you your 2 attacks again.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah, so
make this be quiet. They have been crazy tonight. Anyway, okay, so let me roll the attack, my extra attack that I missed. No, 11, and then I'll take my my bonus action, which is the Action surge. Okay, so yeah, I'll take one more shot. Come on, just hit. No, 12. I swear. I'll spend the spirit die though. I just won't do it right now. So I have two things: history, or you said insight.
Yeah.
They are both awful, so I'm gonna go with history.
You got it. I'll tell you what. Before you roll, and even if while you're
roll.
rolling, that's fine. We'll take the same sort of number. I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying. Insight is getting an idea of what this creature is wanting.
Right.
History is going to be something on the idea of what you're able to perceive about this creature that may be familiar.
Right, and I rolled a 1. So there you
Buddy.
go. Yeah, it was history, so I have no clue. Sorry, Tishy.
No, it's good.
I'm rolling. I pulled out everything I had to try to get one hit. This is
Way
why
the
I
dice
laugh
go.
when people say, "A deem's our protector." No, I'm not.
You did good. You tried, and that's all I could ask.
You did good. Oh boy. Okay. Cool.
Well, if nothing else, it knows I'm there and really damn close.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
focus on me a little bit.
That's a good. It will. Good. Fuck. So weird. What do I do with this number?
Make it leave Titian alone and set him down gently.
Does a nat 20 work for you guys in this moment or against you guys in this moment?
Well, my question is, why did you roll it?
I rolled it to see what it would do in response to what you said.
That's hard because it's either
I
going
know.
to ignore me and attack Titian or ignore Titian and go after me. So I don't know. That's
it. Well, I'll say this: I know for sure
extreme.
that it will not attack. It will not get away from Titian.
Okay.
But I'll say, because I mean, eventually we'll get here anyway, so that's fine. You see it kind of turn in your direction, and you're able to see at least enough of this creature to kind of get a glimpse of the facial features, seeing the humanoid sort of face, but the extended sort of like sharpened sort of fangs of teeth. You see this graying hair that extends down. You actually notice like a little bit of what looks to be like just various sort of signs of aging, but in weird sort of spots on the body. And its top half is the most muscular creature you've ever seen.
Does it remind me of Slagtand?
It does remind you of Slagtand, yes. As you see the hair extending down from the top part of the arms, as it comes down to its forearms, it is almost straight up animal fur at this point. So it just seems to kind of completely cover the arms and extending out towards the hands that are now sharpened as claws.
Since I know Jack did that, I don't know that a Deem recognized it. If a Deem recognizes it as reminiscent of Slagtand, can a Deem say one more thing?
You rolled the 1.
I know. That's why I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Jack knows. I think a Deem doesn't.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will remain quiet with it took. The only thing I said was it took and leave him alone or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever I already said, I will leave it there. Okay. I'm going to mute myself while I scream into it.
All right. And now we get to a character who doesn't know any of all that stuff. Jet, you are up.
Can I see Titian from this spot that I'm at?
Give me a perception check, DC 15.
Alrighty. All I got to do is get a 15.
Would it
I
help
rolled.
that he can see where I'm throwing?
I don't mean this in a bad way. If you hit, maybe.
That's fair. Okay.
There's a better way to say that, and I apologize, but that's the...
No, I understand.
That's
fair.
I rolled a 14.
Okay.
The question is, do I inspiration this?
There's also, like, I'll say, so you're rolling perception before you're moving. So if you move closer...
I will pop my wings as a bonus action.
Okay.
And fly forward until I see Titian up to 30 feet, because that's what I've got. Because I know the direction he was.
Yeah. I'm going to say, give me that full 30 feet you see him.
Okay. I give you the full 30 feet. Cool. Cool. How far away is he from me at the moment? If I'm 30 feet forward, you said it was like
20, and then he jumped up Another 30 feet. Right? 30.
Yep.
It's 50 feet away. 20. So 30. But it's upwards. So it's halved. 45.
Cool, perfect. Then I won't use a big spell slot for this, and I will just do... I'll do a 3rd level Vortex Warp on Titian, and take him 120 feet. No, I'll do a 2nd level and put him on the ground between me and Adim, because Adim went up a tree, right?
Yes.
And I will move him closer out of the way, unless he resists.
Titian, you resist?
Alrighty.
Okay.
Nope.
Then you are moved to the ground level again, not grabbed by whatever that thing is. And
So give me some numbers on where you move. So you're moving him to the ground. Your 30 feet of movement would have to have been forward.
yes,
So I would say you're probably at this point just like kind of like
hovering off the ground.
Hovering, yeah, exactly.
I'll put him like 5 feet, like at a diagonal to me. You know what I'm saying? That way, I want the bad guy to get to Titian before me. As bad as that sounds.
So you want to put Titian in front of you and the creature,
Yes.
but to be 5 feet away from you.
Yes.
Love it. Got it. So we'll say he's just 5 feet in front of you. I think that makes
Sounds
sense.
good.
Yeah. Cool.
And that's
Yeah,
what I got.
That's solid. That's good. So with that, you see this creature kind of like turn, look down in your general direction. And you hear a roar as you hear a roar from him. And you like. As the rest of you are all like in initiative, like about to like kind of like try to figure out what's going on, you all see like all of the birds in all of the trees just take off. And also you probably hear this like deep sort of heavy roar.
Do I
lot
know
of-
what this thing is?
Yeah, give me a history check.
That's something I'm good at, but I don't know what this is yet. That's a 17 plus 9 is 26.
26. As you're staring at this creature, there's a moment where you think you see like you see the hair on the forearms, the like kind of like almost like fur coming up the back, that part of it. And your first thought is like lycanthropy, something that is affected by a werewolf sort of curse. And then you what did you roll?
26.
26, great. And then you remember a species that you've heard of that were called shifters, creatures that were descended from these like beast-like sort of, it could have been lycanthropic, it could have been something else, but seemed to have been able to, rumor has it they were able to kind of maintain some sort of control over it as you're looking at this and going, fucking unlikely. But
Jeb reaches into his pocket and he pulls out his 2 silver pieces and puts them in between his knuckles.
I love that so much. Great. So I love that. Jet knows they're not werewolves. But that's cool. I love that a lot. It's great. Cool. Oh boy. So this is tricky. Anything else on Jet's turn?
That's it. That's movement, bonus action, action.
Okay. For those of you who are not like you're like by where the bubble was on this, I'm going to simplify sort of reasoning on this and say that you were, you were about, okay, hold on. You were about probably 40 feet away from where Titian was before he walked into the forest. So I'm gonna say 80 feet, and someone can correct me if there's something that seems to make sense of it being a little bit less than that. But 80 feet is my guesstimation. Didn't plan on having the board for this. Cool. All right. At the end of the turn, Jet, as you are staring up at this creature, you hear the sound of something touching down behind you. as you turn and see a similar creature in more of a feminine form come down. You see just massive sort of like bulging sort of shoulder muscles, these same sort of like claws that are out. You actually notice the hair seems to match a little bit, and the same sort of like jagged teeth. And you hear in a sound that is very like broken English, as she is going to grab you. You're going to hear the phrase "back off." So we'll do a. So now that we're in initiative and kind of going through this,
Do these people remind Jet of his people? Very like primal, get in your face with claws kind of people.
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Because
I
as
think
soon
this
as
is
she
a little bit of that.
lands, he's just gonna extend his other claw and like growl back at her as like just his normal reaction
Sure.
to it, and then he's gonna take a lot of damage, I'm sure.
Jesus Christ!
Ooh, crit me.
Thankfully, that was just a grapple check. I'd roll me a nat 20.
Okay, you got it right here.
It's a different die, guys. I promise.
Is this acrobatics?
Yeah, acrobatics or athletics.
10.
Yeah, cool. You are grappled. She is going to take another action to throw you, and for that, we're gonna take a trip to someone else's character sheet.
Now I am flying. Does that help me in any way?
Nope.
Okay.
Someone has this mechanic.
What mechanic are you looking for?
Yori's throwing mechanic.
A random Yori in the chat.
Did he jump? Did he jump in?
No,
What's up,
you
Evan?
just mentioned him.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Jet, give me one more athletics or acrobatics check.
All right. Ooh. A filthy 20.
Hey, that's
Not enough.
wasn't a nat 20, but 28.
I'm sorry, I lied to you. It's a 21.
Still 28, but yeah, cool. Great. Okay. Oh, please. Okay, cool. All right, okay. Throws you only 20 feet into a tree. And you are going to fall prone. Or 6, 12. And take 17 points of damage. Bludgeoning damage. Okay, that was a long turn, my bad. But that is the end for this humanoid creature's turn. It is Alyssa's turn. I'll say right after that is Priscia's. Priscia's. That's tricky. I don't think there's a thing in the world that would make her not run towards this situation. I'll say to make this kind of be more of a, and to be honest with you, like, I think there's also a little bit of a peace of mind of like, whatever that roar was, there's a possibility that you might want Alyssa around. I don't know. It's up to you guys. I'll say I'll put my foot down on this moment, and we'll say if anybody wants to spend their reaction to try to convince Alyssa to stay put, I will allow that.
I will.
You got it. Persuasion check.
Okay.
I will say DC 20. I think that's fair.
I can do that. Yeah. It's 25. No. Yes, 25.
Cool. Alyssa just looks at you and goes, bring him back.
I will. Stay here.
Okay. That ends Alyssa's turn. Priscia, you're up.
Okay. Seeing that, first of all, Alyssa is safe, or at least still with Ianthe. Can Priscia see the thing that came out and grabbed Jet?
That's interesting. We'll say same rules apply. You guys are pretty far right now. So I'd say like vantage
How
point
far
of
is Jet?
Jet's in the woods.
Oh.
So it was 80 feet
120
from
feet away
where. Yeah, so say 80 feet. We'll say you're about 80 feet from Jet, but it's also woods. That's the tricky part about this. So I'll say same rules apply. We'll say perception check, DC 15.
26.
20, Jesus, yeah, 26. 26, you see where Jet landed, which is 20 feet back, and you see the creature from the distance. And I'll give you that. I'll give you that picture one more time.
Yeah, do I recognize what it is? Can I see what it looks like? Like, as far as like what I know about, what they are.
I'm going to do a really weird thing here.
Okay.
I don't think you do.
With a 26? Okay. Heard.
Because
yeah,
here's the weird thing, Jet, that Jet, you're not Jet, you're Priscia. Here's the weird thing, Priscia, that I have to kind of reveal at this point. You're aware of the three tribes and how they interact and all this stuff because of what Den Mother you just has told you. And you've met creatures from 2 of the tribes. You've never actually met a Mirani.
Well, there goes my fun plan I was going to do. How far are we from Messetti? I know that you said like a day's journey. Is
Day and a half, basically.
Okay. A day and a half from Messetti, is that within the hunting grounds foreseeably of the city?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's a bummer you don't have the map out, because Priscia's gonna summon her Bone Titan.
I also don't have it finished painted-wise. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
all right.
cool.
Well,
cool.
all right. Great. Yeah. So Priscia's she's gonna see something is gathering on Jet. Geographically, she kind of realizes where she is, and I think she's gonna go for like a power move, just in case there is anything that kind of knows who she might be. I think she realizes that they're close enough that the legend might be scary enough. Also, she doesn't want to leave Alyssa. So she's an Ianthe. So yeah, she's gonna. You guys see, or I guess Ianthe, potentially Grian, and Alyssa would see as Prisha expends a great deal of magic, just like in one go. It would be both of her wild shape like slots, and it's almost like under her skin, the bones, like her own bones, seem to like shift slightly out of place just under the surface of her skin, as like she like pulls bones and like from the ground almost, like that might have been there, like half decomposed, like calcified pieces into rocks. She's pulling any organic material, like body material she can from the ground, and it's kind of like stressing on her body, I think, a little bit. I think like the veins in her arms are kind of like really visible as she's like physically lifting this out of the depths of the ground. And in front of her slowly builds, I guess actually pretty quickly, this is a 6-second turn, pretty quickly builds this titan full of like held together with magic, just pieces of lumbering, mismatched bone. And as it gets kind of taller than Prisha, it starts to like take a step forward away from her, toward like its own weight kind of forces it forward in like a lumbering kind of way toward the woods, as Prisha just kind of, with her hands down at her side, kind of gives like a nudge, like she's controlling it and just pushing it forward. And it's like gross. Like, and I feel like that doesn't really need to be said, but it's like pieces of organic material held together with this like sickly green, like magical thread almost that kind of like splits around it like veins. And just like it pushes the bones forward. There's probably this like grinding sound that kind of comes from it as it like gets used to the way that it in this form has to move. It's a little grotesque, and it just starts to lumber towards the woods and towards Jet specifically.
Beautiful.
As she just kind of yells into it, like into the air, protect him. Like, protect Jet, as it just moves forwards into the woods, kind of like coming up against trees at the edge of it and just kind of pushing forward through all of it.
As you're shouting these things, there's also like the fact that this creature is standing probably about close up maybe 15, maybe 20 feet tall.
Yeah.
This collection of massive bones and pieces of tendons pulled up from grounds of dead creatures. We see, for some reason, there is a human skull in the middle of it as it is cracked into place. Its long extended arms dragging against the ground even at full height as it picks its own fingers up off the ground, digging them into its own hands. As it takes a moment to look back at you, Prisha, as you yell out, protect Jet. And you see the creature just go down, like you said, like kind of like almost like a gorilla sort of thing, right? Like it's like
Yeah.
it's like as it slams its hands on the ground and starts to run forward into the woods. I love this so much. Please.
I've been waiting for her.
I can't remember if we have a stat block on this creature.
There is a stat block for this creature. I will
Great.
send it to you.
I will give you either, because I think it makes sense in either case. Give me an intimidation check based on you, or intimidation check using your intimidation or the creature's intimidation, whatever's higher. And I'm going to say you have advantage.
Intimidation is a charisma. I do believe mine is higher by 1 point.
Nice.
Joe, I rolled an 18 and a 20. Come at me now with my 2s and 3s. Nat 20, baby. Total of 21.
I rolled crazy low, finally.
Yes.
As you see this creature stepping forward, there's one of like trying to like think of like angles of like who sees what and all this stuff. I think it's just easier to kind of just picture this as a cinematic sort of moment as this collection, this bone golem, move its way into the forest. And we see over the terrifying humanoid creature, we see this dark shadow just appear over it, extending out. We see the glowing amber eyes seem to be pulled back. Its eyes seem to open it in fear. We hear Leshen. Leshen! And you see the figure seem to run up a tree. You see grabbing the hand of another figure that is a little bit slender, also feminine. We hear the phrase, "Go. We go." We hear the other figure yell out in a slightly higher voice, "Gavrat! Gavrat, Leshen!" What's the DC that I need to beat? What's the intimidation check here?
21.
Okay.
A nat 20, but 21.
The 21 makes sense. But I'm going to say it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
She only gets a +3 in.
Okay.
But because this creature is raging, I'm going to give it advantage.
Nice.
$15. As this large creature is looming over its prey that is down on the ground staring up at it, you see it kind of lean into the branch, looming over you, Titian. Points down at you with its claw. Messetti. And leaps off the branch and joins its brethren. They go to run off, jumping from branch to branch. Honestly, these are high-level beast barbarian creatures. Unless you guys wanted to do something very specific, they're going to move pretty dang fast. Do you guys let them go?
We know I will find them.
Okay.
Titian knows they're going to find him.
Jet's more worried about the giant bone creature running towards him.
So as this creature is continuing, I mean, it's protect Jet. Prisha, I want you to tell me, and I think just have it full. How does this creature protect Jet?
Honestly, I think once the things that were actively grappling Jet go away, it probably goes. What is the range on this spell? or it's not really a ranged thing.
RP moment. Forget numbers.
Okay, great. I think that it will probably move forward about 30 feet past Jet, probably towards Titian, in the direction that these things are running, or that it can like feasibly see them running. If it moves 30 feet from Jet, is it past Titian or is it in front of Titian?
I'd say it's just behind Titian. Oh no, yeah, it'd be just in front of Titian. Actually, honestly,
Great.
it's so tall, it's on top of Titian. Like it's like Titian. You look up and you see bones.
Okay, so it's gonna move past Titian, so like maybe
Cool.
just a little bit
Yeah.
past 30 feet. But it's gonna move past, and once it's past the thing that's not attacking Jet and the thing that it's trying to protect, it's gonna do its slam just on the ground towards the things that are running. And for 30 feet, and I'm sure that they are fast and it misses them, but for 30 feet ahead of it, bone spikes come out of the ground, just like as it slams its giant fists down, and just roars. It's like a threat.
Beautiful.
And then it's just gonna turn and just like docile position in front and like kind of sway a little bit with like the weight of itself. And just stare until it sees Prisha, at which point it will like take another order. But I think it just stops.
Lifeless.
I-
I mean, lack of eyes staring
Yeah.
at you, Jet.
I just picture it's running towards Jet like on all fours, and he goes, "Oh god,
Yeah.
this is gonna hurt." And then he just kind of like closes his eyes for a second, expecting it
And
to
then
hit
just feel
him,
the wind.
and then it goes past, and he goes, "Oh, thank God, I was after Titian."
And then it goes past Titian, like not
Yeah.
even a second thought. Does not give a shit about the cat boy.
As it pushes past too, I think you see like this as it slams down. You see the bone spikes kind of like extend out from the ground and it turns and tries to like face its master. Jet, as far as you know, it's facing you. It doesn't have eyes. And then you start to hear just behind it in the path of the bones that sprung out this as a tree nearby just breaks off its roots and just
Yeah.
sends to the ground.
And I think that's kind of the point that Prisha would kind of just like meander forward, like probably not leaving Ianthe and Alyssa and Grian, but just like being like, okay, let's group up again. Like, but she's not really in like a rush to do so.
Prisha, it's been. I'm going to ask you this actually. Have you ever summoned this creature before?
Yes. This is a creature that Prisha probably, actually 100% only summons outside of the circle when she meets with people. It's kind of like her scary dog privilege. It sits just behind her to kind of elevate the fact that she controls something so terrifying when she is just small and round-faced, and like if you hear her talk, she sounds like innocent almost. So it's like the thing that inspires the fear and respect. So there is no other time that it has been summoned other than now. This is out of character for this creature to exist, like outside of a specific context.
In this moment, seeing the large creature that has been this thing that should not exist. Titian, as you're taking a moment and making sure there's nothing, no organs popping out. What's Titian thinking looking up at this thing?
He got sober really fast. holding my side. As you were describing it, Joe, I think there's literally like a flap of chest that is detached. And Titian is trying to hold that down to stop the bleeding. As I'm looking up, I find myself dumbfounded a little bit, because on one hand I wonder how does this creature know Messetti? How does this creature know Messetti? And then I started thinking about who this creature is and what this creature looks like and reminds me of. And in my mind, I go to visions of Slag 10 sprinting in the woods. Visions of Slag 10 throwing gang members in the streets of Azumare. Roaring. I think back to visions of Slag 10 being a friend, being a blood brother. But I also think back to the moments where he passed as well, and this history that he alluded to. And I can't reconcile these beasts that, while having that outline of my former friend, do not necessarily seem to. They can't be the same. They wouldn't be the same. And why do they know of Messetti? Unless they were there. Unless they were. Then I think it dawns on me. These are the ones that survived. And in those moments of survival, they grew strong. And they've waited. And they've plotted. Their trauma grew, but their fury grew stronger. And now I've come walking back into this situation. And then I think the last thing to sort of cross Titian's mind is just how much of this he feels he actually deserves. And whether or not their justice would be fulfilled if they were able to finish the job just now.
Flashes. Moments that have haunts. I've haunted you in nightmares, Titian. Memories of what happened. And that weight. That fucking weight that you've carried for 6 years. Those moments when you're with your friends, you're on adventures, and the pain and the memory dulled. And it was heaven. That weight. Has come back in full force, and it's heavier than ever. I think instinctively you drop to a knee. I just have to rest for a moment, just to carry this body. When did this body become so heavy? I'd like you to give me a Constitution saving throw that you can choose to fail if you'd like.
I'm just gonna fail it. I think the peripherals coming in.
Ground looks soft. Just rest a moment. Be easier to handle the weight. Prisha, Jet, Ianthe, Adim. You see Tishian lay down. Fall unconscious.
I think Prisha tells the Titan to gently lift him up so that we can, like, get him under our arms. Or, I guess, over our arms. And, like, support him.
You see a slow kind of cracking nod from the creature as it scoops up the dirt underneath Tishian and lifts him up as the dirt flows between the skinless hands.
I think maybe we make camp. Find a place. I think we're done today.
I think you're right.
And I think Prisha will keep the Titan around just long enough for us to find camp and get Tishian safe. Because the double bubble doesn't make us invisible, correct? It just makes us impenetrable-ish.
So
It's
one
like a
of
shelter.
them- yeah, one of them is like a barrier that keeps everybody dry and warm on the inside, and prevents anybody from physically getting in. The other one prevents us from teleportation, in or out, divination, and can make it so that sound doesn't go through.
Oh, okay.
You can make
But,
it
like, we're-
opaque, so it's
Yeah.
you see that there's something, but you're but you don't
Yeah.
see you.
And like, if we're around a bunch of gray rocks, I could make it opaque and look like a bunch of gray rocks, that kind of thing. But
Yeah.
if you walk on it, you're gonna see it. And if you can
Okay.
detect magic, you'll definitely see it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we are surrounded by a bunch of trees, so like it's probably not going to blend in. Yeah.
I think.
I mean, maybe not right here, but like 40 to 60 feet away from here. Like,
Yeah, I think you guys go to like the clearing sort of area makes more sense in this case. The woods
Okay,
are
great.
unsafe.
okay. Does that sound okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take first watch.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
Prisha will just be awake, so.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask, does Titian look like he needs to be healed or just needs to sleep it off? Like, can we see, is he okay?
I think the way that makes sense to me and Titian, you can kind of clarify if you'd like. In my head, Titian's entire sort of part of his like pectoral muscle and all of that, like you can see ribs here, is just like an open flap. The creature was going in for his heart to rip it out.
Okay, I've got some cure wounds.
I got him. I got him. Don't worry about it.
Are you going to do that thing where you hurt yourself
I'm fine.
to heal him?
No, we.
I'm
not-
fine.
I wanted to
and
be
he'll-
That
known
is-
that there are people here who can do healing without having to like wreck ourselves in the process.
I
And,
have
techni-
other ways to heal too.
and
Are
technically,
you gonna
certain
use
spells can't heal certain things.
What? Oh, you're like Grians?
No, like technically, certain spells can't. Like, if you got an open chest wound, like my magic light isn't gonna heal that. Like, we need certain spells for it.
Cure wounds. I feel like there has to be a limit on a first level spell. Like I
I would
feel
like to point out that
Like-
life transference says you sacrifice some of your health to mend another creature's injuries together. That's all I'm saying. He's got a
So
hole in
you
his
can
chest.
close it, and
Yep,
I
yep.
will heal the wound.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great.
Like it.
Let's take some damage, everybody.
You take some
Thank you.
damage, cast a spell. It'll be great.
As you guys are doing this, I imagine we're skipping forward into nighttime.
Yeah. I
I
think
wanted
we've
to kind of
settled
approach that
Titian.
mechanically too, just to see like we're not gonna let him die.
Yeah, I think we're settling Titian on a bedroll and kind of setting up the double bubble and making a fire and getting some food.
I'm only setting up one bubble until I go to bed.
Perfect. Yeah, I think we're setting up bear camp, healing Titian, setting up the rest of camp, and then starting watches.
That makes sense.
Is there anything that a demon needs to do?
Yeah, sorry,
Or wants to
I was dealing with a work phone call. I am
Oh,
texting.
bummer.
But so I caught the gist of it. Adim will basically, after recovering from the haste spell, just basically watch the camp. He's not happy, but he's just patrolling.
How much damage did Titian actually take?
68, 63?
Yeah, about 2/3 damage.
Well,
Jet just
we're
healed
going
me.
to bed.
Jet just healed me for 48 damage too. So
48?
4d8, not 4. No, 48,
Okay.
not 4d8.
Okay, you heal him and then I'll decide how high I'm casting this cure wounds.
I mean, if we're bunking down for the night
Yeah,
from an above game perspective,
I've got 4d8 on me.
I think it's level 4. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be 4th, but I have 5th level spells, so I could do another d8. I'm gonna wait to see how much Jet heals him for.
48.
and then I'll. How much?
The number 48 is how much I healed him for.
2 less than 50.
Yes.
That's wild. So you
I also took
60
24
something?
damage. I heal him
Okay.
for twice as much as I take. I rolled an
That's
8, 2
awesome.
4s, and a 7.
Okay.
Right.
We will cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds then, which would make that 17. 3rd level, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So 28 plus, or 26 plus 48 healing goes to Titian. I think you might be healed up.
Fantastic.
Just maybe.
I'll take it.
And then for good measure, Prisha's gonna heal Jet for that's 18, 19, 20, 21 points of damage.
Very much appreciated.
Uh-huh. I got you. Cure wounds, baby. Is anybody else hurt? Did anybody else get hit or hurt at all? Alyssa, Ianthe, Grian?
No, I stayed on the ground the whole time. I wouldn't...
Yeah,
Nadine?
I'm peachy.
I'm fine.
Okay.
You let
Rabbit
them-
again?
You let them go.
I know where they
Who's
came.
talking to
Or,
who?
oh no, never mind. I don't.
Who's Liz talking to?
Kind of
Okay,
in general.
Nadine doesn't respond.
Yeah.
Well, they're shifters, so that's cool. They're like a race of...
Wait, they were shifters?
Yeah, they're
Oh.
shifters. It's a race. They can... they're
Well, I
like
know what
the-
they are.
Oh, okay. I don't... Just... Okay.
Oh. They were shifters.
How did you know that? How do you know that?
Because one of them got really close to me, and I have to say, she reminded me of my mother, okay? And that was terrifying. She picked me up and threw me. I was flying, and she picked me up and threw me.
Your
And
mother
that
sounds
reminds
like
you
a
of your
wonderful
mother?
person.
That raises so many questions about your childhood.
You know, that answers a couple questions for me. Says Prisha, who doesn't, whose mom is dead Mother Udress.
Why did they attack us? Do they just
I
attack
don't know.
people? Are they the cannibals?
Well,
They are not the
they're
cannibals.
Christian,
They're the
not us.
If they're the shifters, if they're the shifters from Messetti, their job is to protect the city.
Then why
That's
did
what they do?
Why was I thrown across into a tree?
That is as good a question as
she's-
any question.
She said like, "Go away" or "Get back," and then threw me into a tree. It was very rude and uncalled for.
Well, welcome to Messetti. I thought we'd have another day before this kind of thing happened, but welcome to Messetti.
Also, what's with the giant bone golem?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
She's
that's
mine.
yours. Okay.
She's mine. As it starts to like decompress and like hit back down to the ground, like pieces falling off.
You see Alyssa kind of watching it as the pieces fall off, and I think Ianthe and Grian, I imagine you guys are the closest.
Hmm.
She wants to scream it, she wants to yell it, but she also, there's a part of her that doesn't want to upset anyone anymore. So you just hear a whisper.
What would you have done?
What?
What would you have done?
I made sure this never happened again.
Some battles just aren't worth fighting.
Can we all hear this at this point? Now that this conversation
This you
is,
can,
like,
yes.
Okay.
Korean. Brandon, I love you, and I love you all. She looks at you and says, maybe that's why you keep losing.
I love her so much. I love her.
I'm sure there's other reasons, but yeah, sometimes you gotta know when to cut and run. And when they can rip your chest, and when they can rip your chest open, it's probably one of those times.
Do you think that we're weak because we've been showing people mercy?
No, I just...
Do you want people to be afraid of you?
I want... I want my friends to stop hurting. For my family to stop hurting. And I don't care about anything else.
I know that feeling. But I don't want people to come after us because they think we're dangerous. And if we just mindlessly kill everyone we come across, that's what will happen. I don't want people to be afraid of you. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Sometimes kindness goes much farther than showing how strong you are.
Also, we don't always lose. We did win last night. Chet does his Cheshire Cat smirk when he says that.
Let them go then, too.
Yes, we did.
They didn't deserve it.
I think they did. I think they deserve to be shown mercy and kindness.
I think that's stupid.
You're allowed to think that.
You're also allowed to be angry. But there's a difference between being angry and being mean unnecessarily. I think everybody gets angry. I think Titian and Jet get angry. I think Ianthe gets angry. She looks over to Deem. I know a Deem gets angry. I've seen you get angry too, and that's okay. But we make decisions because we want an outcome that doesn't leave the world worse than we found it.
Persuasion check. Advantage.
$15.
Cool. As a DM, I'm going to tell you that there's a possibility that that roll might save your life someday.
Hooray!
Your character's life.
Nope,
She-
your Kay's life is now.
Your life.
You actually roll a DC high enough that Joe is going to pull you from the street when you least expect it.
Probably.
He's
Out
gonna
from in front of
fly
a
to your
bus.
state.
Just,
He's gonna find you, and he's gonna pluck you off the street.
Right when that
The
bus
hand
is
of
about to
God
get you.
down on your metropolitan city to pluck you like a mini.
Oh boy.
I'm
It's not even
exhausted,
that
guys.
late, guys.
I'm
She.
exhausted.
So I'm going to try my best to pull us back into it. She looks at you, and Pressure, you know in your heart two things. That she doesn't understand what you mean. But she trusts you. Man, this life stuff is really hard.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Alyssa, would a hug help at all?
I think she just breaks down in tears and just kind of like says, yeah.
And as Prisha goes to hug her, she's gonna pull Ianthe into the hug too.
Oh! Oh, wow, you are so much shorter than I am. Ow.
Sorry.
Jet.
Yes.
There's a physical barrier here, right? Magic
Not-
can't pass through it.
There is no physical barrier down yet.
Okay, so it's just... Gotcha. Cool.
It's just divination magic can't work on us, and you can't hear from outside, cannot hear in.
Beautiful. You hear a voice in your head. We would like to speak to the Horned One.
Is this a message spell or is this a sending spell?
Neither.
Jet's going to telepathically speak into Prisha's head and say, somebody wants to talk to you and they just said things into my head. I think I understand why a Adim doesn't like this.
And she's gonna give Alyssa one extra tight squeeze before she lets go and walks over to Jet. Okay. Yeah, that's upsetting, isn't it?
Can you see
I-
out at this point?
Yes.
Prisha, you see in the In the darkness, there's just a small outline of a figure that you don't recognize from earlier. Smaller. Athletic build from the silhouette, but it's hard to tell.
In your mind, do you want me to go with you?
Yes. But don't speak right away.
Do you want me to just be intimidating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, how did she ask for me?
She asked for the horned one.
Okay, hold on. And she's gonna go into her bag, and you see her pull out basically just a bandolier of bones. And she just starts like armoring up with like a whole bunch of trinkets that you guys never see. Like, there's like an obscene amount of trinkets and bone decor. It's almost too much. Almost. So they're dangling from her horns, like it's like a whole thing.
Yeah. You get into full
can I have
druid
one of those?
prophet thing. Yeah.
You want a
I'll dangle it from my horn. Then we're matching.
you see just tears prickle at her eyes as she goes, I would love nothing more, Jet. And she just like lightly dangles some like bone and feather trinkets on your horns.
Okay.
And then she like kind of squares her shoulders and exits the space.
Jet's gonna tell everybody else out loud since you didn't. We're
Yeah.
gonna go talk to someone real quick. They asked for Prisha.
What? What is that? What's all this?
She's also gonna turn on her stone so that they
Yeah,
can
do
hear
that.
it.
Jet's gonna walk out of the bubble.
I was just gonna say above board. It does make sense for you all for everyone to be like, "Fuck no, we're all joining you," and that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
But Titian's unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
makes sense if
that's-
someone's
Conscious.
like
So
stays
I will
back.
stay
but,
with
yeah.
Titian. I will sit with
Oh
him.
no, the most threatening person in our group. Do you know? Wait.
I am not the most threatening person in the group.
You
The
are
last
so
combat-
scary. It's great.
The last combat proved you are wrong. I will-
No, you turned into a machine gun. Don't let anybody take that away. Just because you have bad
more
accuracy
value,
doesn't mean you do.
Adim.
I
Adim, you
will
have
sit-
more value than your prowess in battle. Your
will sit in the
stoic
bubble.
cynicism brings a great deal
Go talk
of
to people.
intimidation.
I will-
Creatures that almost kissed kissed. Yeah. Yep.
Yup. Yes. Yup.
Creatures that almost killed Titian waiting outside. What are you guys doing?
I'm coming.
Titian.
You kissed Titian.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Was it-
Thank
so
you.
is-
I deserve
is-
that
is-
one, I think.
Is somebody kissing me now? What's going on?
Yeah,
I missed
everybody
what-
kisses
Break the
Titian.
curse.
Everybody kisses Titian.
This is
As
not
we
a-
leave the bubble, we just like kiss his forehead and go, good night.
This is not a Sleeping Beauty situation.
Ooh,
This is
yeah.
Are you
not.
sure?
Yeah,
We
which
could
one of us
try.
wakes you up?
Yeah,
Which one of us is the
totally
one
try.
that gives you true
It's
love kiss?
Grian,
I
obviously.
mean, you guys are frogs, right? Okay. Anyways, all right.
As we leave the bubble, Jet's gonna summon a Shadow Blade and use a spell that
Yeah.
he has not used yet.
Nice.
You want
Yeah.
intimidating? It's a like the whole like bubble just forms into his hand as a blade.
Quick question.
Yes.
The divination magic thing in the bubble, is it just like you can't cast it, or is it like if I cast it and then I leave the bubble, does it work?
There's like 100-foot radius from it or something. For
I
one of
will
the
tell
things.
you momentarily.
This is really cramping my style. This whole bubble thing.
Well, the
Wow.
sorceress can't cast a spell. I'm so sorry.
Okay. While we look that up, I will form my packed weapon into my Slagtan claws. So it
You can't target
guys
any
are-
creatures in the spell with divination. and sensors for divination can't be cast. Or they, if they appear inside, they get thrown out.
So as long as you're outside of the bubble, they're good?
Yep.
Okay.
And as long as the target is outside of the bubble.
Cool.
Okay. Then as soon as we're out of the bubble, I'll do a subtle cast of Detect Thoughts and keep that up for a minute.
Range and detect thoughts?
30 feet.
Perfect. You sense two more creatures in range. Just in your range, like 30 feet off to the somewhat to the left, somewhat to the right. Kind of, I'll say at this point, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but for clarity's sake, I'll pull this up here. This is your detect thought spell. Does it matter if you... Let me find it. Hold on.
I gotta mark all the things. So much.
Does language matter? You can't detect a creature with an intelligence that doesn't speak any language. Keep saying that. It says that twice in the spell. I'll put it this way. I think you don't hear words. Because I think like the you don't speak the language because right now.
I'm cool with that. This was mostly to determine if somebody is there, so I got what I wanted out of it.
Perfect. Yeah. And I do think you get like I'll say to your left, you get a whoever is to your left is definitely more angry than the one to your right.
Okay.
Giving you the idea that most likely the one to the left was the one that almost killed or tried to kill Titian.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I'll telepathically tell Grian there are more of them hidden. There's one to our left that could be a problem. Just be on your guard.
Of course there are. And he'll just keep a mental eye around.
You have it on surface thoughts right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. You get the idea that they are... So from the left and right, you get the idea that this is a temporary white flag situation.
Yeah.
But that has been begrudgingly agreed upon by all three. But the one in the center does not seem to have any. Doesn't even have any real anger. It's just the one that we have right here. So, Prisha, as so Grian, Prisha, Jet, and Ianthe come out of the bubble. You see the creature. It's very hard to make her out, and she kind of. Apologies, Horned One. This is in common. You make light for us to see each other.
One more time, sorry.
Basically asking, do you have light?
Oh. I guess.
If not, I can cast it.
I have Druidcraft. Prisha will summon a druid craft like small ball of light, and she will set it atop her staff, which she's kind of leaning on, so that there's some light coming from her staff. It's like probably a soft blue light.
Okay. As you see it reflecting the blue light, you see this figure before you. Darker complexion, younger, probably about 18, 19, seemingly a little bit more human than the others. You see her eyes are reflecting in the light as blue, but you recognize them to be some sort of silvery gray. She is athletic build, but like I said, much leaner than the others. Permission to speak in native tongue. Hold on.
I don't have comprehend languages. Oh, yeah.
You know this language.
Yeah. Prisha just nods.
And the figure starts speaking in primordial. It is Ianthe and Grian. There's a very there's a weird sort of moment of feeling like you're, I don't know if it makes you feel good or if it makes you feel bad or a little bit of both, as you recognize the few times that Slagtan has talked in this. And even though you may not understand the language, the accent, the syllables used, it's incredibly similar.
I'm gonna play a little bit, Joe, because since she turned her stone on, and I can hear her, and I speak primordial as she speaks, I translate into common for everybody.
Beautiful. Same rules apply if you remember. There is a little bit of a disconnect, and I think at this point, because you did spend some time with Slagtan, if you remember, we said it is primordial, but it's a slightly different dialect. So
Sure.
there's some things that kind of get
But
lost.
I can give basic ideas so they know.
Yeah.
So I'll play a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, but I do have tongues.
You can cast if you want. It's up to you.
Sure, I'll cast tongues. Do I get the sense that it would work this way, and I'd be able to understand what they're saying? I don't know what they're saying anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will cast tongues.
I recognize that you. Apologies first for. We did not know that you traveled in such company. We don't presume to know or assume. Anything, as you are a prophetess, and we do not understand, but we respect.
I trust that none of your people were harmed too badly.
That is why I meet with you. On the one, we are very hurt. We have been bleeding from heart. For countless moons. We do not mean to show you, the Den Mother, or your god, any disrespect. But we feel that there is a great debt owed to us. One that demands blood as payment.
Speak your wish.
We wish to leave with the Lion Man.
I think everyone behind Prisha kind of sees her like brace just a little bit. I have respected your company by bringing my people forward. It would have been foolish for you to travel alone. Bring yours into the light as well. There will be no surprises tonight.
Forgive me, one, that is... I am translated, not... And as she's saying this, the hulking sort of figure kind of comes to the man. I am leader.
Prisha, she does not bow, but she does bow her head. She acknowledges his position.
He acknowledges yours. Had to roll for it, though.
I believe that.
It's a very slight sort of bow.
I'm so nervous.
We demand blood. It is owed us.
I understand the position that you're in. She's speaking in primordial in response. But
He cannot speak common.
okay, great. So yeah, she's
Yep.
speaking. His native language is primordial.
Primordial, yep.
Fabulous. That's what she is speaking in then. I understand the position you are in, but I have use of him. He is important for now. Peacemaking Tishian, damn. I meant to know.
Figure that you are keeping safe killed my family, my kin, entire tribe burned to the ground. And then him and his kin left. No reason, no taking land, no taking slaves. Just left.
Can I just say Tishian is beginning to wake up right now?
I like it.
And the stone is on. However, I guess you'd have to get the translation through Adim, but you're muted.
I have my ways.
Well, I'm also speaking it, and I'm sitting right next to him.
Oh, right. You stay behind.
Yeah.
So Dean just sees Tishian only turn his head a little bit. I think he just sort of puts his
Dean
hand right
puts
here.
the hand on Tishian's chest. Just apparently to soothe, but he's also using his blind sense, if at all possible, to check his heart rate. If it spikes, I want to know it.
It's beating rapidly right now.
There you go. Okay.
But also, this is not the right time to make a move on Tishian, Adim. I just want you to... No, that's great. I love that.
That's good.
No, yeah. You feel Tishian on the outside looking at the scene sort of outside in sort of a calm demeanor, but you feel his heart rate just pounding.
Yep. And I will briefly, no, I won't. I'll leave it on. While I'm translating, I'll say, Tishian, I'm here with you, and I'd really rather not have to catch you again. In common. And then I will just continue translating. But
So
one
now
hand is on
that
his
she's
chest,
awake.
the other has my chakram out.
Okay. Prisha takes a moment to regard the man in front of her. Do you know that there are things worse than dying? The afterlife is complicated and vast, and I have seen what waits for him beyond. It is lonely. It is dark. There are tortures. I would not wish upon any of our people. And it is not just him who will face it. It is all of his kind in repentance for what they have done here. Would you like to see it? And she's going to offer her hand.
You see something that, Prisha, you've never seen from a tribe member. A snarl. It's the kind of like nose kind of goes up. As Suvi says, we respect, but we don't believe. When we die, we go. Your afterlife is nothing to me. I only have this life and these claws to take what I am owed. And it is in respect that I unfortunately have to share with my kin. meeting with you. But know this, Horned One. If you choose not to give him to us, you will not be able to protect him forever. And I will take his heart. So what say you, Horned One? You look and see Suvi is giving you a look that is, there's a level of like, simplicity in emotions that don't relate to the concept of someone going like, I'm sorry for this. But if there was, Suvi is giving it to you in that, as Suvi is looking very embarrassed.
Joe, can I just ask, where Tishy and Adim are, would we have been able to see the snarl?
I kind of.
Yeah, you can see out of it, right? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And he's in the light.
So I don't remember if Jet made it opaque or not, but from the background, Tishian would start standing up once that snarl happens.
Outside, it's opaque. You can see out, they can't see in.
Sure. But Tishian is starting to stand up with Adim in there.
Yeah, I'm in there, and I'm not going to stop him.
I think Tishian is just going to turn to Adim. Sounds like we might be needed out there. What do you say?
I think Prisha's doing a really good job handling this. I think we should stay right here, buddy.
Not helpful, Alyssa goes, I think we should go out there and just end him. I can do it.
I know you can, sweetheart. I love the enthusiasm, babes. Love it. The energy, I'm here.
I'll be honest with you, I think there's a level of like Prisha kind of got to her in a good way, and now the person that almost killed her family is now about 20 feet from her. So yeah, she's feeling it for sure.
Be that. So, oh, good lord. I say, Alyssa, you probably could, but I really think that we should give Prisha the chance to do this on her own. And I am saying this through this bracelet, so everyone is hearing the conversation.
I get to hear Adim say something nice about me before I fuck it up. Yes. Okay. Do you have something to add?
No, we'll be right here in this moment, so we're not gonna passing the baton to you.
Prisha seems to think for a moment whether she is trying to give there enough space for the company that they are in to breathe, or whether she truly needs a moment to process the choice that she has is probably anyone's guess, because she seems to be really thinking about the outcome of what happens to the group should she offer Tishian. She's thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And after painstaking moments, long enough for the whole conversation between Adim and Tishian and Alyssa, she sighs. I respect your devotion to your kin. He is under my protection tonight.
That is your final choice.
Yes.
I think just in this moment, Titian exits the bubble.
With a team. Side by side.
I want it to be known, weapon is not drawn.
Okay.
Titian
Like
is,
Should
Dean
but
knows it.
Titian is holding the gem of translation.
Okay. Suvi, you see, have I said his name yet? Maybe not.
No.
He said it himself. Gavrot is his name.
Right.
So Gavrot immediately kind of like has that sort of like snarling sort of thing. You see his claws just naturally go out, and you see Suvi kind of like run up to him and just put a hand on his chest, and you hear a word that Adim you're not familiar with. But Prisha, you hear, you know the translation. It means father. As you hear, father, wait, stop. Also, she's here and she's mad, but she's not going for it.
Does she look like
Just-
Suvi?
Also, like
She does
she's
not
here.
look like Suvi.
She actually kind of like looks like a she doesn't look like Suvi at all, but she does look a lot like Gavrot.
Aunt. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you hear Suvi's like literally holding like Gavrot back. You see Gavrot is on edge. Titian, you come out.
I come on.
Wrong one.
I just come out holding the gem of translation, and I've activated it so that I can hear what they are saying. And for the next hour, I can hear it and speak it back to them. The first thing I do before saying a word is I take my shield and I drop it on the ground. Then I take my sword and I put it on the ground. And take every bit of weaponry I have and I put it on the ground.
Prisha's stress and anxiety level is currently raising.
I think the way he's taking this too, you also see like there's some like wrappings around his arms that are like kind of like protection things as he's running from trees to trees. You see him start to unwrap that as well. It's showing like
Jesus
something he can
Christ.
take off.
Question for Matt. In
Sure.
your inventory isn't one of those slagged hands like hammer or weapon, whatever he had?
It
Or
is.
did we dump that? Okay.
I have Slagtan's old hammer. I have a feeling that wasn't the hammer Slagtan left his village with, is why I haven't made it a thing. I think he picked that up on his adventures because it's Moradin's hammer.
Oh, that if it's Moradin's hammer, it's Moradin's hammer.
Yeah, we picked that up. Okay.
Yeah, I believe we picked that up under the Hollow Mountains. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you get the idea of like he's like assuming like, okay, you're getting ready to fight me. Great,
No.
let's do it.
Uh-huh.
And he that's the only thing he has to take off, which is really
Right.
kind of funny. But yeah,
So Titian just sort of shares. I have no fight with you. I understand you want justice. You may find it here. This isn't the justice that you want. We can fight. You will win. And it will mean nothing. I know the lions you want. And I want them too. For the same reasons. They took everything from me. And I want to take everything from them. You can kill me if you want. But you will be denying yourself the ally needed to get the justice you deserve.
Lion man betray his own kin.
In my culture, they call it bastir. And yes,
An army. Dead lions. You let their village burn?
there's nothing I could. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, Joe. Are you talking about their villages in Hasamal? Or are you talking about like I let their village burn as in Messetti back in the day?
No, sorry. He's asking, you let Hasamal burn?
No. To the ground. But only those that deserve it.
What of my kin? The women, children. They don't deserve.
I think you see Tishian just sort of look down for a second. And I think you can see tears in his eyes as he remembers those very kids. And the women, well, the people of the village, the weak and the helpless, being slaughtered and everything. And
he sees those tears and just like interesting.
Tishian
They
just
don't need any more of your. They are no more thirsty. They be drinking their own blood. Your tears mean nothing. Keep your tears.
None of this will bring them back. None of this will. But what we can do is make sure those that have done it get theirs. We're not worried about their thirst. This is about ours right now.
Looks over to the other figure to his right. Looks down. Green, give me an insight check. Or sorry, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Green and Titian, give me insight checks.
$16.
Hey, Brandon, I'm happy you rolled a 16. I rolled an 8.
Green, I saw your message. But the last thing that you do notice is that his face does seem to soften slightly when he looks down at his daughter. I drink my fill of your kin. And if that is not enough, then after, we feast on each other's blood.
If after you're still hungry, I'll make sure I give you a meal to keep you fed. But only after, not before.
We meet. We speak of taking your people and your lands, and then leaving you be. Goes and walks away.
Before Suvi goes away, I would really like to... Gavrot turns away, and I'm assuming his sister also does. Before Suvi leaves, Prisha would like to reach out a hand to her with like a small trinket of bone, just something super small, and just hand it to her. Or offer it to her.
You see her like start to reach out a hand, and you see the other female just go, Stuvi, and just kind of like slaps her hand out of the way. With respect, you do not own us.
I never assumed to. Prisha just smiles a little and nods.
You see Subi just kind of giving a face of just respect.
And I think Prisha will wager a very small, genuine, not the figurehead smile. Just like a genuine, simple smile. Just like a, hey, I get it. I also have family that's really intense.
A natural 2, she doesn't seem to understand at all.
Bummer. Well, we'll have more chances later.
She...
And I think Prisha...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh no, that's just what was going to happen as they walk away, please.
She follows her family back into the darkness. Jet, you hear a voice in your head. If that didn't work out, I know someone that they do believe in.
Tell me more. I have some thoughts as well. We need to have a good chat.
Soon. When they're asleep. And we see the screen go dark, and with that, we will end tonight's session. We will see you all next week.